Hello, viewers. As you can see, we're missing quite a few people today. Let's just get right into this. Gang, what up? We're live.
Woo. Howdy.
Oh, now you're saying it. For the time being, looks like it's just us in the chat. So, Koga, is Leroy like awake? Are they aware that it's Sunday?
It's a coin toss. I've texted her.
Okay.
So we'll see.
Well, hopefully she shows up. I wouldn't want her to miss this. I'm not going to ask for a recap. I'm going to do it myself because I have made sure that Miori doesn't know exactly what happened in the last session. But what he does know is going to be in-character knowledge. So, what Miori does know is from the point of returning to Shinsei on, at which point you found that Shinsei was on fire. Koga, this was caused by your sister Tsuru.
The bitch.
Yes, the bitch.
Trademark sign.
Hang on, let me play a little bit of music here. Why not, right? Not that one. And yeah, you all arrived back to Shinsei last session to find Koga's sister working in the forge, finishing off the naginata that Koga had started. Some shit happened. Fire was spreading to the temple. The temple was heavily on fire. Koga lost his arm, accidentally stabbed his own mom, killing her. And when anybody looked up the temple, they found that there was a curtain of black rain falling from just beneath the top floor where Miori's bedroom was. That sounds like pretty much it, right? You know, aside from all the other stuff that happened before then, we won't get into that.
It ended with Koga using Shisui to put out the fires.
That's right. Koga used Shisui to extinguish all of the fires. Well, I guess that's it then. So we're just gonna begin. Miori, you wake up. What is the first thing you do? You are aware of all the things that happened, although to you it feels more like a dream, like a nightmare that you had.
Gonna look around. Am I just in my room, or?
Yeah, you're just in your room. It looks pretty normal. Judging by the lighting coming in through your window, it seems to be a gray, overcast day outside, but otherwise everything looks normal. You don't hear anything from the settlement below. You don't... Yeah. It's pretty normal, all things considered.
And, my arm, it's still the prosthetic, and I still feel the tentacles wrapped around me.
You actually don't feel the tentacles wrapped around you, but your arm is still the prosthetic. In fact,
Okay.
you don't even feel your tattoo moving, which is a bit odd.
Okay. Okay, just take a deep breath. Try to just relax a little bit.
Okay. There's a strange tickle in your throat when you take a deep breath. It's like you're on the verge of coughing, but not quite there.
Okay. I'll get up and make my way to the door and see if I can find somebody.
Okay. You do that. You go to your door, you open it up. It's quiet in the temple. That's kind of why you chose this room, is because it was a bit quiet. And as you look around the top floor, you don't see anything out of the ordinary. There's kind of a strange smell in the air, but it's nothing of particular note. Are you intent on heading down, or do you want to look around first? Like, what's your jam here?
I guess I'll look around for a moment, but if I don't see anybody up here, then I'll start making my way down.
Okay. Do you approach windows at all?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, I'll
Okay.
look outside.
So yeah, you take a look around the floor. There's nobody around, but it's not like that's out of the ordinary for the top floor of the temple, at least. Still, you don't actually hear anything, which is becoming a little more odd. You're used to how quiet it had been before a bunch of people started moving in and making Shinseimura their home, but in the last week or so, it's always been loud and bustling outside in the mornings. Today, it's dead silent. You don't even hear the wind in the trees. And as you go to the window, you see that rather than being a gray kind of overcast day, the clouds hanging above you almost look like they've been dyed black with ink, and there is near perfect coverage in the sky. Honestly, it's a miracle you can see anything at all, and it's a miracle that the sun can penetrate any of this. As you are looking around outside, you see two things that immediately stand out as extremely odd. The first thing, it almost seems like you're seeing something that isn't there at first, but the harder you look, the more obvious it becomes that it is actually happening. You are seeing small black droplets of ink kind of forming out of nothing in the air and then falling to the ground, as though there is a localized rain being pulled straight from the air around you. The other thing you notice, however, is that seemingly every single person in Shinseimura is currently hanging suspended high in the air, motionless, by inky black threads dripping ink. All of these inky black threads go towards the temple, it looks like. This would probably be why it's dead silent outside.
Shit. I'm gonna start. You said that all the strands or the tendrils or whatever it was, they're all converging at the temple.
Yeah.
Like it's like all attack. Okay. Like top floor or like.
They seem to
bottom?
all be going in the front door on the first floor.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna start making my way.
Downtown?
Down. Yeah, and I'm gonna start.
Sorry. Sorry.
And
Super serious moment. You're just making my way downtown.
Downtown. Fucking fast. I'm freaking out. Oh god. Ah! As I'm going, I'm gonna start calling out. Koga. Anybody?
As you go down to the next floor below yours, something else extremely odd kind of jumps out at you. Everything around you is charred black, as though it was on fire. But you can't smell anything that would say that the wood has been burning. It just is all charred. It's safe to walk on, it would seem, as you put your full weight on it as you went down the stairs without realizing what you were stepping onto. It still seems stable, but it is all burnt on the surface, except for the wood that on this floor counts as the ceiling, that on your floor is the actual floor. That is completely perfect. There is not a single sign of burning on that.
Huh.
And from the windows around the temple, you can see people hanging from the sky and at various different levels, still suspended by these pitch black ink threads. And it's only now that you're noticing the threads are kind of weaving and undulating slightly.
Oh man, I can't. I'm just gonna keep going down. I'm just gonna keep heading to the ground floor. I'm gonna keep calling out for anybody. Just Utsuwa, Sakura, anyone?
You hear nothing in return as you're going down, and by the time you reach the ground floor, all of those ink black threads you finally notice are coming directly to you. As you get to the ground floor, and you see out of the open front door that appears to have just been burnt to a crisp. The door seems to have taken the most damage of any of the wood in this entire building. It's gone, for all intents and purposes. And every single one of those inky black threads is weaving in straight towards you and disappearing before it reaches you.
And out of all the people that are hanging, are any of them? Do I recognize any of them? Like, are any of them my friends, or are they just all the townsfolk?
Just all of the townsfolk. And as you step out into the grounds of Shinseimura, you look up to one that seems to be hovering relatively close to the ground, still slightly out of your reach. Their eyes are open, but all you can see are the whites of their eyes. And all you can hear from them is belabored breathing. But at least you hear breathing.
Can I see if I can try to? Oh man, can I try to maybe lower them, control them somehow? 'Cause if the threads are coming to me, could I possibly use them like how I use my puppets?
Sure, you can give it a shot.
I'll just try to lower that one if I can.
And what are you doing in an attempt to lower him?
I can't. I guess I'll try to reach out and see if I can grab one of the thread that's kind of coming towards me and disappearing. I'll see if I can try to possibly grab it and then I don't know, use it like how I would with my like the puppets from the arm. If I can.
You wave your arm in front of your body where you think the threads are going in. You can't feel anything.
Shit.
And it's only now that you notice that those black clouds above you, like near pitch black, again as though they had been dyed with a vial of ink, seem to be replicated all around Shinseimura. There is a very thick, dense, and heavy black fog obscuring the entire rest of the world, it seems like, where Shinseimura is the only place that is devoid of it, simply surrounded by it, rather than choked by it. It gives an impression as though Shinseimura itself has been plucked out of reality and put somewhere else.
Okay. Does this feel similar to that time when I grabbed the tentacle that was around my arm and then I kind of got transported into like a void? Like
No, you don't have that same sense of weightlessness that you did there. You jump up and down a couple times. It feels like gravity is totally normal. It doesn't feel anything like that void, actually.
Oh boy. I guess I will.
Now, I
Wow.
will remind you, there are specific locations in Shinseimura where your party members tend to frequent: the forge for Koga, the cherry tree for Sakura, and the pottery shop for Utsu.
Okay. Yeah. I'll. Yeah. I'll go. Uh. What's the closest one to me right now? Would you say that's the tree or the?
I would say the forge and the tree are equally as close. Oh,
Okay.
and another thing, you don't feel anything coming from your link with Koga. Not a single thing, which is incredibly unusual.
That's concerning. Um. Yeah. I will then. Yeah. I'll turn and I'll go and straight to the forge.
Okay. You open the door to the forge. It's dark inside. The forge appears to have not been lit in quite some time. And inside, you see two people. The first one you immediately recognize as Koga, although it's difficult to see his face as he is partially obscured by darkness. All you can really see is part of his right arm. The other thing that you can see is a white tail speckled with charcoal dust.
Um, I'll get closer. I'll see if I can possibly reach out and just kind of touch Koga. Like,
Okay. Your eyes, they adjust pretty quickly. Sorry, do you have dark vision as an Oni?
good question. Let me look in the guide real quick.
I don't know if you do, but you might.
Yeah, I have it pulled up. Uno momento.
Mhm.
Should definitely keep two guides open. One at the Oni page, one at my item. As an Oni, I don't believe I do.
Okay, perfect. So it takes just a few moments for your eyes to adjust to the darkness. There is a certain sense, there's this certain feeling in your body that is telling you not to move until you can actually see. And as your eyes kind of part that veil of darkness, you see two, again, extremely strange things. And this has been a morning of extreme strangeness. The first thing is that both of these individuals, Koga and whoever this woman with white tails is, are floating just ever so slightly above the ground, and they appear to be sleeping. The second incredibly strange thing that you see are inky black tentacles in their mouths.
Oh,
And these tentacles writhe up into the air and then kind of vanish.
boy. Can I at least? You said they're kind of hovering a little bit.
Yeah.
So I can still reach out and grab like Koga's shoulder and like shake him a little bit.
Sure, is that what you want to do?
Yeah.
Okay. The moment your hand makes contact with Koga's shoulder, you find your vision swirled in blackness. Koga.
Yellow.
What were your mother and father like?
My father was a lot like me. He was a very quiet but kind man.
Mm-hmm.
He always had a smile on his face. My mother, she was a little more stern. She was the one who ran the forge most of the time, and she dealt out punishments, but she was fair.
Mm-hmm.
She's a fair but stern woman.
Okay. You open your eyes and you are greeted by a beautiful sunny day. Hasn't been this beautiful on the family estate in quite some time, actually. You step out of your front door as you do every morning, and you stretch and you take in the morning breeze. And it's got that slight tinge of salty scent to it. You're told that this is from the ocean, but you've never actually seen the ocean for yourself. And this particular morning, you know, is going to be a good one. This is the morning when Suru goes off on her mentorship. So you look around a little. You're trying to find your older sister. You adore your older sister. You can't imagine being without her for as long as you're going to be. But it's what happens to every member of your family at one point or another. And soon enough, it'll happen to you as well. In no short order, you do actually find your sister. She's standing with your mother and father. She's talking animatedly. She seems very excited about the journey that she's about to go on. What would you like to do?
Hug my sister.
Okay. You run up, your little legs carrying you as fast as they can, and you basically barrel into your sister. You hug her waist. You're still quite a bit shorter than she is, and at least this morning, she's not taking the opportunity to poke fun at you for it. And instead, she kind of laughs slightly and hugs you back. Hello, little brother. You slept in this morning, didn't you?
I did, yes. And I wouldn't miss your departure for anything.
Well, you missed the morning at least. Now you at least don't have to help us set up, right? That was the whole point, wasn't it? And she kind of ruffles your short, sandy blonde hair.
No, never.
Koga, my son, leave your sister be. Now, do me a favor. And now your mother is speaking directly to you. She crouches down and she speaks directly to you. I need you to go out there and catch a beautiful butterfly. You know why, okay? And she hands you a net.
Oh, he looks giddy. He kind of hops in place.
Yeah, there you go. Now, make sure you find the most beautiful butterfly you can possibly find. You know where they are, over by the meadow, okay? And when you come back, hopefully by that time the guests will have arrived, and we can begin with the ceremony. Yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Good boy. Off you go then. And she gives you a gentle ruffle of your hair and stands back up and turns back to the forge. What would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna go off and skitter towards the meadow to go catch the butterfly.
Okay. Yeah, you are sprinting at full bore. You don't even remember that you were asleep 5 minutes ago. At this point, you're so full of energy that nothing in this world could bring you down. And in just a few minutes, your tiny little legs have carried you as fast as they can to the meadow. And you, at first, don't see any butterflies, but you do a trick that your dad showed you once, and you brush the bottom of your net over the tops of this tall grass, almost as tall as you are at this point. And from it, an eruption of color spews forth. Butterflies of all different shades, blues, reds, golds, yellows. Beautiful display. And even some of these butterflies appear to have wings so iridescent and shiny that the sun reflects off of them and blinds you for a moment. And as you begin trying to catch these butterflies, swinging your net wildly, you see something out of the corner of your eye on the tree line. by the meadow. At first, you're not sure what it actually is. What would you like to do?
I was always a curious child.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to stop everything that I'm doing just to focus in on what I spotted.
Okay. Give me a perception check, please.
Ooh, first roll of the day.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 10.
As you're looking, you kind of tilt your head to the side a little bit. You've read quite a few books over your very short life at this point. You've had to ask your dad and your sister for help constantly with words you didn't know, words you couldn't understand. But the person standing at the tree line right now seems strangely familiar. They have... I mean, it's hard to tell from here. They seem to just be a silhouette, but what you can see are two horns poking straight up. And you know from your books that should be an Oni. I guess from this distance, it could be a Kitsune as well. What would you like to do?
Well, as my dad used to say, curiosity killed the fish. So I'm going to go and run towards the figure.
As you get closer, there are flashes of familiarity that you're experiencing, almost akin to deja vu. But for some reason, this figure doesn't get any easier to comprehend. You see just an inky black silhouette. No matter how close you get, they seem to still be the same size. And by the time you make it to the tree line, you're seeing this person through trees and terrain, and you definitely shouldn't be. But they're still the same size, and they're still just standing there. What would you like to do?
A fun game. I'm gonna go back catching butterflies. This isn't a fun game.
As you turn around, you hear a whisper. Small butterfly, look at you in your beautiful dreams. And then nothing.
I'm gonna look around, just looking for where the voice came from.
You don't see anything at first. You spin around once, twice, and then on the third time that you spin around, I'm going to need you to make a wisdom saving throw to prevent fear, as that black silhouetted person that you saw earlier is suddenly right in front of you. And they are still just an inky black silhouette, but from this distance you can see more detail. You can see shaggy hair dripping with ink. You can see those gigantic horns poking out of the top of their head, and all across their body is just trails of black ink.
I got a 19.
19. You jump back a couple feet. Obviously anybody would if somebody just suddenly invaded their personal space while they were spinning around. They don't move. But again, you're stricken with this sense of familiarity. Almost as though you can feel who they are, but there's some part of your mind that's telling you not to think about it. And that the harder you try to think about it, the less you're able to. What would you like to do?
Hi, who are you?
Yori, you cannot currently speak normally. Your mouth is filled with black ink. Keep that in mind as you respond.
I don't know what the, oh god.
You could sound like you're drowning if you felt like it.
Well, I got
Actually, yeah. Go with that. You are drowning currently. Koga, whoever this person is, and again, you feel this vague sense of familiarity when you hear their voice gurgling through this black ink that is pouring out of their mouth. They can't seem to respond properly. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna kind of waddle up and poke him kind of in the stomach area, just like poke.
As you make contact with this black ink, you are almost instantaneously sucked into the void in front of you. And you feel like you're drowning for a moment, which is an incredibly foreign feeling to you. You're practically a fish. You've never drowned in your life before, and you never should be able to drown. But in this black ink, it just gets everywhere. You can't feel anything except panic right now. And suddenly, it all stops. And you find yourself floating in this inky black void of nothingness. You can still feel yourself. And then memories start to return. You remember the calamity of Rot. You remember Ai's brother strangling her. You remember what you did. What your sister made you do. And yet, in this inky black void, you cannot find it in yourself to feel rage or hatred. Instead, you feel a presence, off in a direction. You recognize that presence, you know who it is. What would you like to do?
That childlike smile just is instantly gone, replaced with Koga's normal expression of nothingness.
Yeah.
His shoulders sag a little bit, but he makes his way towards the presence.
You feel as though you're walking, but it's really more like swimming through this ink. And for what feels like an eternity, you're walking. And you keep on walking. You continue to walk a little more after that. Every step is as heavy as the last and only seems to be getting heavier, as though you're fighting against more and more of this black ink that you're pushing through. Until eventually, a hand reaches out from the darkness, seemingly completely unmarred by this staining influence. What would you like to do?
Can I recognize the hand?
Yeah, it's got the same skin tone as Miori.
I will reach out and clasp his hand in my own.
Your eyes instantly shoot open. You find yourself in the forge, and there is a gargantuan black tentacle occupying your throat currently. And despite this, you can still breathe, but you feel just this horrendous need to vomit. Miori, you didn't experience really any of that. In between the time where you touched Kogo's shoulder and him waking up just now in this start, the only things that you experienced were extreme elation and happiness like that of childlike wonder, followed by soul-crushing sadness. And now, panic, as Koga is writhing in the air in front of you, kind of clawing at this black tentacle in his mouth.
Okay, hold on. Koga. I'm gonna grab him. I'm gonna try to pull him to the ground so he can like stand. He's not hovering.
Okay. Koga, what's your priority right now?
Vomiting.
Just
getting the tentacle out of my throat.
You grab at this vine of black ink, and you start to pull as hard as you can, and you can feel it coming up through your intestines. And then through your chest, and then through your throat, and finally, following behind it is a torrent of black ink that you vomit onto the ground next to you.
Good God!
Miori, this is more than he should have been able to hold in his body. It's almost like... It's like an extra large bucket of ink just came pouring out of his face.
Jeez. Koga, you okay?
Koga, you feel like you aren't a person anymore. That's how bad this is. You feel like you just no longer exist in the same form that you were before. Keep that in mind.
I'm okay. I'm fine. Is my left arm present?
Yes,
Or is it...
you have your left arm. It seems fully intact. There isn't even a cut on it.
I'm gonna look at my hands. Are they the same?
Exactly the same. I mean, they're a little stained with black ink, but otherwise they're exactly the same. And as you're looking, Koga, you feel this need suddenly to turn around and look behind you.
I will do so.
And what you see is Ayane floating in the air with a black tentacle coming out of her mouth. She seems to be breathing, although raggedy, and she does not bear a wound on her chest. What would you like to do?
So even if I feel detached, do I still feel emotions?
Yes, but distantly, as though you're watching somebody else experience them. Right? Miori, on the other hand, you feel Koga's emotions perfectly.
Oh boy.
So, Koga, what is Miori feeling at this moment that you are only witnessing?
Confusion, concern. Mainly confusion.
Relief, perhaps?
There's relief there, but it is really being overshadowed by the confusion.
Okay. Miori, you are suddenly stricken with just... It's like somebody just hit you over the head with a really heavy object without the pain. You just feel really disoriented all of a sudden. How could this be possible? How is this something that's happening? I stabbed her. Those are the things that are going through your head right now. And as you look over at what Koga is seeing, you do see Ayane there, and there is a surge of emotion that comes forward that you know isn't yours, but you can't help but experience them as though they are yours. What would either of you like to do?
Who is that?
She's... Ayane, she's been here. She's my mother, effectively.
Miori, you don't remember this at all.
I've never seen her before, but I mean, if you know her, then should we help her out?
She's dead.
Miori, you can see her breathing. You can see her chest gently rising. Well, not gently. You can see her chest rising and falling. It's a little raggedy, but so was Koga's breathing just minutes ago.
Yeah, I get the feeling something happened, but this place is weird. I don't know. Let's let's just help her out. Let's find out, okay?
Yeah.
Okay, who will be the first to touch Ayane?
I will.
Okay. Koga, you reach out, and your hand is shaking uncontrollably, even more than it usually does. You look at your hand for a moment. You cannot get this under control like you normally can. You swallow hard, and you reach forward, and you gently touch Ayane's arm, and your vision is suddenly consumed with blackness. And you open your eyes. You're greeted by a beautiful summer morning. Today's the day. Today is the day that you, like your sister, will be going off with your mentor to learn your chosen craft. Today is the day that you say goodbye to your mother and father for who knows how long at this point, but you're excited. You know who's waiting for you. You really like her. She's a lot of fun. You're still in bed, though. What do you want to do?
Like a switch, the childlike happiness and wonder is back in me, and I scramble out of bed, get dressed.
I will also say, Miori is already up and dressed. Miori. You are Koga's childhood best friend. You stayed over last night to make sure that you were here for this celebration. And finally he's awake. You were just about to wake him, but it seems like he got there himself. What would you like to do?
Gonna kind of look over at him. Oh god. Really slept like a rock, huh? Come on. Get up.
I'm up.
Both of you get up. You wait for Koga to get his morning shit done, get dressed, and be ready for the day. And out you both step into a most beautiful summer morning with a bright blue sky, nary a hint of a cloud to be seen. It's warm and pleasant all at once, and the smell of the sea is prominent. Koga, you can see your parents preparing over near the forge. What would you like to do? What would either of you like to do?
Every morning ritual, I will just get her up, hug my mom first, and then I will hug my dad afterwards.
Good morning, my son. I hope you're ready for your trip, your mother says, and your father gives you a very close hug and just smiles and rubs you on the top of your head like he always does. He's never really been one for words.
Yeah, I'm ready. Good morning.
I can't believe it. Both of my kids already gone. It seems like just yesterday Tsuru went on hers, but here we are. This has to happen, right? And your mom almost seems like she's on the verge of tears, but she's holding herself together. She's made of sterner stuff than that.
Yeah, I'll be back.
I know, and when you come back, you'll be the most accomplished smith that Hateshinai has ever known, yeah?
Yeah.
Good. Good. Now, Ayane is on her way currently. I received a missive just a few days ago from Mikawa. She should be here within perhaps the hour. Whatever you get up to with your friend before then, just make sure you do not come back with grass stains all over you this time. Yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Off you go then. And she sends you away. What would you both like to do?
Really putting our improv work to
Oh man.
the test today, Rio.
I sure am. Kogo, you've always had a pretty tight connection with Miori. It's almost as though you could feel his emotions as much as he could feel yours. Of course, that's not possible. That's just what it seems like. And you can tell both of you are very excited. Miori has been waiting to show you his hometown of Mikawa for quite some time at this point. There, that give you a little to work with?
Yep.
Good. Go crazy.
Yeah, I'm just a bundle of energy, just kind of hopping around in place. Super excited for the day.
So you ready to see my my home and stuff?
Yeah, you've always told me great things about it. I can't wait.
Yeah, I get to show you all my puppets and stuff.
Oh, those creep me out.
They're not that creepy. Here, when we get there, my dad can show you like one of my favorite stories, and I can teach you. I can maybe teach you how to do puppetry and stuff.
That would be
I'm
cool.
sure.
As you're both talking, Koga, you see a black silhouette off in the distance on the tree line.
Hey, Miori?
Huh?
Who's that? I'll point towards the figure.
And as you're pointing, you do notice that it appears to be a kitsune, if the multiple tails swaying behind them is anything to go by.
That might be Ayane. Come on.
Huh?
And I will instantly just gone.
No,
Running.
okay.
Koga, you take off sprinting towards the tree line. And
Koga, wait up!
Miori is well behind you at this point. You've always been a little quicker than he has been. And yeah, off in the distance, it does appear to be Ayane, who is coming out of the tree line, and she steps into the light. You can see that she is a fairly short kitsune. You've heard about her before, and you've met her a couple times, although those memories are pretty hazy. You do remember really enjoying her presence and her company. But yes, this appears to be a kitsune with the characteristic white tails and hair of the Mikawa family. I mean, who else could it be at this point? And as you sprint up, yeah, you see, it's Ayane, who, when you get close enough, begins to smile. And as you get closer, that smile gets wider and wider and wider until the corners of her mouth have wrapped up past her eyes and disappeared into her hairline. And as you slow down, because obviously that's deeply unsettling, tears of black ink begin to pour from her eyes. And then down her neck, down her chest, they start to stain her beautiful white kimono. And you suddenly get this feeling like you've done something horrible to her. And Miori, as you finally catch up, you see that for some reason Koga is stopped just short of Ayane, who is looking rather confused and has also stopped herself, just in case maybe she's making him uncomfortable. She doesn't want to get too close, but she looks at you and kind of looks back at Koga in confusion.
Hi, Koga? I'm gonna kind of walk up behind him, put a hand on his shoulder. You good, buddy?
Koga's eyes are wide. He's shaking uncontrollably, almost violently, one would say. Koga, you are getting this irrefutable sensation that you have killed this woman. And, I mean, how could that be? You've never held a weapon before in your life. You've never taken a life. You haven't even killed a butterfly, for crying out loud. And yet, the longer you look at her and the more ink you see begin to spill from her body as it starts to come from the pores in her fine porcelain white skin and stain that skin down to a pitch black, that feeling just gets stronger and stronger until you see a hole open in the ink to reveal her kimono in the shape of a sword, right in the middle of her sternum. And it's at that moment that all of the memories of what you did come flashing back. What would you like to do?
Once again, my shoulders sag, my smile fades, the light from my eyes just gone.
Miori, there's something wrong with your best friend. This isn't right. You look over at Ayane, who looks very deeply concerned.
Miss Ayane, what's happening?
She hurries up. Koga, what you see as she starts to move toward you, you see her neck break and her head fall to the side against her shoulder and simply dangle loosely as she starts to walk forward. And you hear the crunching of bones as this person that you know with absolute certainty you killed walks towards you, seemingly intent on some form of vengeance. I would like you to roll a d20. Tell me the result.
Yes, ma'am. Where's my dice?
Holy shit.
That is a 12.
You can't move as she begins to approach you. You want nothing more but to run away, and out of the corner of your eye, though you're not even aware of his presence, you can see Miori looking deeply concerned for your well-being. And as Ayane gets closer and closer, or at least as this shell of what used to be Ayane gets closer and closer, you can't help it as tears start pouring down your face and leaving black, almost crimson streaks down your light green scales. And all you can feel is just this sense that whatever she's about to do to you, you are going to deserve it. That everything that you did is coming to a head at this exact moment, and your death is going to be a justified one. And as she reaches her hand out towards you, and the cracking and popping of bones rings out, and her limbs stretch and move in unnatural ways, every fiber of your being is telling you to run, and yet you can't move an inch. And as you watch this hand slowly come to your cheek, you can feel that it's over, that this is how your story ends, that this is every struggle and hardship that you've been through ends just like this, the only way that it should. And then you feel what should be the cold touch of death, of that black ink touch against your cheek, but instead it's warm. It's comforting. And you watch as that ink falls away from her hand and her arm. It falls to the ground, and you can see her near flawless porcelain white skin underneath, except for the palms of her hands, which are always stained with soot. And you watch as the ink disappears further and further up her arm. Her body kind of seems to right itself as this ink is disappearing. And as it uncovers her face, you see the face of someone you recognize as your mother. Not your biological mother, but your adoptive mother. Looking deep into your eyes and smiling, as soft as a summer breeze. And as her thumb gently strokes your cheek, she leans forward and she kisses your forehead, as she always does. And she says simply, "It was never your fault, Koga." Iori, as this is happening, your vision is taken over by black. And you hear a whisper in your ear. "This is what you're doing to them all, my love. You're torturing them. Even just being here, you're torturing them. Is this what you wanted? Because this is what you're getting." And you feel a tightness around your leg and your arm as she speaks. "You and I are inextricably linked, unfortunately. And as much as I have tried to make sure that this was a relationship we could both enjoy, you at every last little turn have decided instead that you're going to fight this. So if you want to suffer, I really hope you enjoy it." And your arm is snapped.
Oh!
You are unable to scream, though, as ink instantaneously invades your mouth as your mouth opens to scream. Koga, you don't feel this. You are entirely preoccupied with Ayane right now, who is alive in front of you and isn't blaming you for what happened. And whether or not this is real, or this is a ghost, or this is some figment of your broken mind just trying to hold on to its last shred of sanity, you don't care at this point. What would you like to do?
Of course it was my fault.
No. I made the choice. I made the decision to make sure that you would never regret what you willingly did. You know this. You do. And she wraps her arms around you and pulls you into a tight hug. And she gently strokes your hair. And Koga, I have only ever wanted for you to be happy. And I have given everything that I possibly can to see that through. You know where this path of vengeance leads you. And it is not to the love of your family. It is not to the love of the family you've chosen. It is only to pain and suffering. You know this. don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Then forgive yourself. What was done to me was not your decision. It was mine. You need to accept that.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
You kind of lean back a little bit, and she loosens her grip on you, but doesn't fully let you go. Then you reach up, you wipe some of those tears from your eyes, and you look up, and Ayane seems totally fine. In this exact moment, she seems perfectly fine. But as you're looking up at her, the sky slowly begins to turn black. You watch as tendrils of black ink seem to just crawl across the sky, veins going through every last bit of pristine blue until nothing remains but blackness. And you can no longer feel Ayane's touch on your shoulders. You can no longer feel Miori's presence. But you find yourself in that same inky black void as before. And you begin to walk forward towards the only thing that you can feel. And as you do, the pitch black veil disappears again, and you find yourself in your forge with Miori and Ayane, who is currently floating slightly in the air and gagging on this black strand down her inner mouth. Miori, your arm is totally fine. It's not broken. Koga, what would you like to do? Ayane is currently clawing at this black tentacle in her mouth.
I'm gonna help Ayane first and foremost. Just get the tentacle out.
Okay.
It's okay, just calm yourself.
Very similarly to you, as you start to pull that tentacle out, she just starts to heave. And after a moment, just a torrent of black ink pours out of her mouth. And she passes out. But when you examine her closely enough, there's no wound on her chest. There's no exit wound on her back. She seems totally
What is
fine.
going on?
Miori, you hear something. It's very distant. You just hear. And then nothing. What would either of you like to do?
Hyperventilate.
Koga, you feel a panic bubbling up in you, and you know it's not your panic. You yourself, you're just confused. You're kind of mad about how confused you are. Miori, on the other hand, is about to have a full-blown panic attack. And it's at this moment that you remember there are still others in your party.
I will first place my hands on Miori's cheeks.
Deep breaths. Just deep breaths.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Sorry, this is... What the fuck?
I've been asking that question ever since I woke up, but... Yeah, we need to get the others.
Right. Is she okay? Yeah?
She shouldn't be, but yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's. Yeah. Let's. I think. Sakura's tree's not too far. Maybe she's over there.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yeah. I needed a. Just need a second to breathe. I'm okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay.
Okay.
You both step outside the forge.
I was gonna say, real quick, just a quick kiss on the forehead before Koga stands up.
Wait, on Miori's forehead?
Yep.
Okay.
Damn
God.
shame, Leroy.
Yeah, Leroy is going to be so mad at you, Koga. So you do that. You plant a quick kiss on Miori's forehead. Miori, what's your reaction to that?
Little stunned for a second, little surprised, maybe a little bit of flush on the cheeks, but he was like, okay, yeah, sure, okay, yeah.
Okay.
It's comforting.
Yeah, you both stand up, and Koga, you kind of feel a little pumped up by that because you can feel how flustered Miori is from that. And you step out into the forge, or out of the forge, sorry. Koga, you see all of that which was described to Miori earlier. You see the inky black clouds above you. You see the fog surrounding Shinseimura. You see the civilians hanging in the air by black threads that appear to be going towards Miori and disappearing before they reach him. Is there any immediate reaction to this?
I think I'm gonna slow down a bit just to take in everything.
Okay, yeah, okay. What the fuck?
Yeah. And you look over to Sakura's Sakura tree, and you see her hanging from the branches as though she has been hung. But there is a inky black tentacle in her mouth that appears to be holding her up. And worse than that, hanging above the tree by a black thread is Momo, her baby Nue.
Okay, well, time to wake up the tree. Okay.
Okay. You walk toward the tree, and you see Sakura much closer now. She has her eyes closed. She appears to still be breathing. Although it's kind of weird that a tree has to breathe now that you think about it. What would you like to do? Actually, Miori, what would you like to do in this one? Koga, you've had your time.
Yes, I did. I'm still recovering from everything.
Yeah. Miori, you're the one who's most, I guess, lucid at this point. You're the one that's used to whatever the fuck is going on right now.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just had to step away for a second, so I just got back.
Yeah, you're at the base of Sakura's tree. She's hanging up in the branches, almost as though she has been hung, but she's being held up by one of those black tentacles in her mouth.
Jeez. If I can reach her at all, I guess I'll try to grab her hand, maybe.
Okay. You climb up the base of the tree, and you settle yourself in a branch near enough to her to grab her hand. And you reach out, prepared this time for the sensation of the black void taking you as you touch her hand. Sakura, finally, you can unmute. You awaken to a beautiful morning. This is only the second morning that you've actually awoken, that you can remember at least. And above you hang the branches of what is essentially your mother, the tree that you came from. A gargantuan burning sakura tree in the middle of this vast volcanic plain. And all around you are geysers of steam and chemicals of all sorts from the core of the planet. And it's just beautiful. Living is just beautiful. Life itself is just beautiful today. And as you look up and watch the swaying branches of your mother, and you look down at yourself and you see your branches kind of beginning to take shape, what's going through your head?
Everything is just new. Every movement, every sensation, possibilities. The smells around me, the sunlight, the motion of the branches. I can't help but want to take it all in. As much as possible.
And you do so. You let your eyes feast on the wonders around you. And there's little more enjoyable in life right now than simply sitting at your mother's base and looking, experiencing, letting your mind wander in amazement at all of the possibilities that lie outside the stretches of this plain. And as you look off in the distance, you see a black silhouette of a person. Something you haven't seen before. You're not entirely sure what this is, but there's some feeling from your mother telling you that it's a person and that these are normal and even interesting to a certain degree, if dangerous. What would you like to do?
It's interesting. Gonna approach.
Okay. You stand up and you kind of brush a couple of your mother's petals off of you, and you start wandering forward. Tell me, how does baby Sakura tree walk?
Not exactly lumberingly, still kind of small, so
I'm kind of imagining you walking like one of the children from Totoro, with just the big
right.
swinging limbs and, you know, that kind of thing. So that's how you're walking through these plains. You are already an expert at maneuvering through here without getting burnt or anything. Not that getting burnt is the worst thing in the world. You do have embers through your body anyway. But it's best to avoid all of the geysers as it is. You only have a couple leaves on your head at the moment. You wouldn't want to lose those. And as you are walking forward, the first thing that you see about this silhouette that is most interesting is it appears to have two branches poking out of the top of its head. And as you get closer, you see that those branches are quite a bit bigger than your branches. This must be an old tree at this point. Are you any more or less excited to meet whoever this is now that you can see these branches on the top of their head?
more excited. There's more to see.
More excited. Perfect. You start to rush forward. And as you do, Miori, you find yourself swimming through an inky black void, and you kind of appear on the other side as though you had always existed there and you're only just waking up. And you see, not too far from you, maybe about 100 feet away, is a small tree-like person tottering toward you. You yourself are completely normal. You are exactly as you were when you grabbed Sakura's hand. And behind this tottering little tree, you can see a vast volcanic plain. And on a hill, kind of on a rocky outcrop of a cliff, is a gargantuan sakura tree, bigger than any you've ever seen before in your life.
Huh. I guess I'll give the little tree a wave. Like,
Sakura,
hi?
whoever this person is, they're waving at you.
I'm gonna wave back. Why not?
Miori, the little tottering tree waves back excitedly and only seems to speed up, slowly closing the distance. No matter how fast their legs are moving, they're still quite small, so it's taking some time. And honestly, it's kind of adorable.
I guess I'll kind of start walking towards them as well, and then when we get close, I'll kind of kneel down to their level.
Okay. Oh, and by the way, I have some visuals. I hope you guys don't mind. I took the liberty of generating some images of characters as little babbies. As wee babbies. So, let me see here. Koga. And anything related to Koga, this is what he looked like.
Oh my god!
Cute. So cute.
Yeah. With his little, like, kelp green hair. And, hang on, I got a good one for Sakura as well.
This is a picture of a small sapling.
I'm just imagining baby Groot, like the little like.
I actually forgot to save this one, so I have to find it.
I am Groot.
Fuck it. There it is. God, it's so fucking cute. Hang on, I just need to save this, actually. Okay, and this is what Sakura looks like toddling up to you.
Oh my god!
Oh my god, that is so adorable.
Yeah.
The little twig hands.
Oh.
Miori, as this small tree-like child gets close enough, you see that she's wearing kind of a tattered little kimono, but she has just the cutest little smile on her face and the widest eyes you have ever seen on anything before. Sakura, as you get close enough to Miori, he kneels down in front of you, and you suddenly realize that's not how branches are supposed to look.
So definitely not tree branches, but they're new.
Oh, you still
Interesting.
think they're tree branches, they just look different. Remember, you have the childlike wonder and innocence right now. So how would baby Sakura respond to somebody having branches that look so weird?
What kind of tree are you?
Tree? Let's just go with a flesh tree. Okay, hi.
It's like you just realized what you said.
Let's
go to a flesh tree.
Oh dear.
Me, I'm let's go with a flesh tree.
I don't know. This is so weird.
Sakura, you have no idea what flesh is. That's a very strange sounding type of tree.
It's strange, but new and interesting. I want to know all about it.
You are now dealing with a tiny tree child asking you so many questions, many of which are very inappropriate,
Oh,
without
God.
them realizing it, about what a flesh tree actually is.
Oh, I did this to myself. Uh, um, just I can tell you about it later. What's your name? I'm Miori.
Hi, Miori. I think I'm Saga.
Ah, okay. Try to
That-
think what.
That's what Mom calls me at any rate.
Your mom is she around here?
Yeah, she's right behind us. Like that big tree.
Sakura, as you turn to point at your mother, what you instead see is a completely dead tree, devoid entirely of blossoms and leaves of any kind, and the land around it is slowly, at first, slowly beginning to decay. You see death kind of spreading from its roots, and then it gets faster, and you watch as the land around your mother is scoured clean, with nothing left but dirt. Dirt that is infertile, nothing can grow on it. There isn't even lava or steam to see. The land is just dead. And as you're looking, you don't realize that your point of view shifts. And Miori, you watch, you blink, and suddenly Sakura is her normal 7-foot tall self, staring out into this frankly beautiful land where you can see a gargantuan, gorgeous sakura tree and lava rivers flowing through cracks in the ground. And yet, despite all of these extreme conditions, the flora here is beautiful, colorful, and lush, like nothing you've ever seen in your life before. What would either of you like to do? And Sakura, what's going through your head as you're watching this death spread through your homeland?
Am I still thinking as myself as young, or are you
No.
back to normal?
You are back to normal.
A little confusion at the rate of the way things are going, but death is a part of life. That's just how it goes.
There is a part of you, though. Your mother wasn't supposed to die. She was the anchor of this land. The anchor doesn't just die for no reason. And there's a part of you that feels dead. And as you look down at one of your limbs, you see that the embers that were burning inside of it are gone. And you watch as from your canopy, your petals begin to fall, one by one, at first, very slowly, and then very rapidly, and suddenly Momo is fully exposed in your canopy. And as that cover disappears, Momo makes a bit of a chittering, screeching noise and just runs off. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna pursue Momo. I don't know what's going on, but I don't think he's safe alone here now.
Miori, you don't see any of this happening, but what you do see is suddenly Sakura just takes off. And she is a big lumbering tree lady, so it's not terribly difficult to keep up with her. But she's running after something very clearly, and you can't see what. Sakura, Momo is running faster and faster and faster. Until he is launched into the air by a geyser exploding underneath him. And you watch as his little body twists through the sky and comes back down and lands on the ground with a thud. And he no longer moves. What would you like to do?
Kneel down beside him and gather him into my arms. If he's truly gone, then there's nothing I can really do, but...
Your
goodbye.
arms, as you lean down to scoop him up, fall away from your body, as they too appear to be dead. They are devoid of life, similar to how your mother looks, and you're unable to scoop him up and say goodbye, as this plague, this death seems to spread through your body. You watch as branches start to fall from your canopy, one after the other, and you collapse as one of your legs snaps from underneath you and clatters to the ground, and you simply fall over. I mean, there's not much you can do. You don't have arms to stop yourself. You don't have the balance to catch yourself. And as you fall and you hit the ground, you watch as that death spreading from your mother begins to spread from you. And you watch as it travels out through all of the land that you can see from here. You watch as those distant, lush green fields turn brown and then gray, as all life is sucked from them. And you watch as every little blade of grass that used to exist just flies up into the air and disappears into embers and ash. And all you can do is watch as more and more and more and more of this planet dies. Long before its time. Long before it should die. Miori, you simply see Sakura kneeled on the ground, kind of bent over something.
I'll kind of slowly approach and... Sakura? You okay? What's... I'll kind of circle around their side and kind of see what they're looking at.
She's looking at nothing. She seems to be holding nothing in her arms, but she's staring intently at it. Sakura, you can hear a voice, but you can't see Miori. You can, however, respond. How would you like to respond?
I don't know why this happened. I don't understand. Something wrong here. Something shouldn't. Who's there? I can hear you. I can't see you.
You sense death. And worse than death. Death, you're used to death. You expect it. But worse than that is losing who you are. Until you're just an empty shell walking among the earth. And you can feel that emanating from something in front of you. You can't see it. You can only feel it. And as you strain to figure out what's causing it, you hear a voice whisper out. You think death is the end of everything, don't you? That when you die, suffering stops, and everything that you experienced ceases to exist. Oh, you are so naive. So disgusting. disgustingly ignorant. No, 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 no. Death brings you to me. Death brings you only suffering and hatred. You'll never feel anything else again when you die. You get to become my toy. You get to become that which sustains me, that which gives me life, that which gives me happiness. You suffer for my amusement. And as you're listening to this, your vision starts to clear somewhat, and you see Miori in front of you, and you know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, this voice, even though you can't see his mouth moving, even though you know he doesn't sound like this, is coming from him. And you find yourself kneeling on the ground in front of him. Your hands are empty. You don't know why you had them clasped the way you did. And the land around you is as it always was. What would you like to do?
Well, I find myself muttering just disbelief and that's not how it works. Death isn't an end. Doesn't lead to suffering. It's just a change. No, I don't believe that.
Miori, how do you respond to this? In confusion. You stutter. Yeah, you stutter in front of her. Sakura, you don't hear that. What you hear is, oh, tell yourself anything you want to tell yourself to make it feel better, but death isn't a cycle. Sure, it's a change, it's something new, it just brings you to my domain. Brings you to your true end of nothing but eternal suffering. Nothing but eternal pain, nothing but eternal hatred, all of those things that you never want to experience in life, those are the things that you will only ever feel. Sadness, hatred, jealousy, all of it. That is what awaits you. That is what awaits everyone who dies. Everything that dies. And you think that death is just another chapter. Oh, your naivety just burns me up inside. And Sakura, you feel a blackness starting at the edge of your vision. An inky black tendrils just crawling across your vision. Eventually taking it over completely, and you find yourself floating in a black void. For the first time, perhaps ever, you feel completely nihilistic. That nothing actually matters, that there is no meaning to anything, that existence is simply an accident, and that what awaits you after is pain. What would you like to do?
Yeah. Perhaps that's the case. Perhaps all that lights me is pain after. But I'm not the only one, am I? There'll be others to come after me. And my death will happen. They'll live.
There is a certain part of you that believes that. But there's another part of you that gets this feeling that your death is the end of everything. Not just you. And you can't help but think of your mother dying and the world dying after her. That after you die, everything dies. and that the only thing that will ever be experienced again is pain and suffering. And there is a certain part of you, some foreign entity that you recognize but don't fully understand. That endless cycle, or seemingly endless cycle. What happens when the one who is supposed to watch over that cycle is gone? And this sudden question is the only thing that accompanies you in this black void until you feel a familiar presence. What would you like to do?
The familiar presence, I try to call out to it or reach out for it, because if there's nothing else here, then there must be something. If that something is there, no
You
harm
cannot
in finding out.
You cannot speak, because the moment your mouth opens, it's filled with black ink. And when you reach out, all you feel is black ink, but you start to move forward. And as you're moving forward, that presence that you feel, that presence that you sense, gets closer and closer. Until you come crashing to the ground at the base of your cherry tree in Shinsei Muda. Miori, obviously you wouldn't have the strength to hold up a 7-foot tall tree woman.
Yep.
The moment you touch her, she falls to the ground. And there is a very loud cracking noise as that happens. Sakura, your left leg is broken clean off as you land on the ground. You don't feel pain from it, at least not like Koga or Miori would. But yeah, your leg is currently laying next to you, and you have a gargantuan black tentacle burrowed into your body via your mouth. And when you look up, you see Miori, but worse than that, you see Momo hanging in the air by a black thread that snakes into the sky, turns around, and then seems to disappear as it points towards Miori. What would you like to do? What would either of you like to do?
Oh God, you okay? You start climbing back down.
Somehow I doubt I can respond, so I
Yeah.
do the next best thing and try and set myself on fire.
Yeah, okay. You do so. And Miori, suddenly Sakura is enraptured in a blaze of fire.
Okay.
The black tentacle does burn away, Sakura.
Okay. And when I can actually get my mouth cleared, I try and respond to Miori's questions.
Sakura, unlike Koga and Miori, you don't vomit up a torrent of black ink, and when you look down at your body after getting that tentacle dealt with, you see that everywhere that used to be embers is dripping black ink.
Well, this is new.
Welcome back to the land of the semi-conscious.
Good to be back, Koga. As good as it can be, I seem to be missing a leg.
Yeah.
And I don't think I can heal it back on. I don't think.
No, no, you can't.
I can try to make you a prosthetic.
I would appreciate that, thank you. Gonna be hard to get around otherwise.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, I dislike that tentacle attached to Momo.
There's a feeling coming from that tentacle, you know what is creating these. It was just talking to you. And you can see it all pointing towards Miori. And as you look around, you see the sky choked with inky black clouds. And you see the people of Shinsei Mura hanging at various heights in the air, all suspended by these same black threads. Their eyes are open, but all you can see are the whites, and they are breathing raggedly, sometimes muttering something incomprehensible to themselves. What would any of you like to do?
Yeah, I know this is kind of weird. I don't really know where we are, but we're trying to find the others. Let's... Here, I'll walk over and I'll try to help Sakura stand.
Okay. You do so. I'm not going to make you roll for it. You're able to help Sakura up and help her balance on her one leg. Anything else?
Is there any way at all we can get Momo down from there?
None of you can reach. He's actually quite high above the tree.
I don't know. There's a lot of people hanging like that.
Let's get Utsua first, and
Can I just recall him with you into this vessel?
You try, but you're unsuccessful. And there's a certain sensation that you get when you do try, that you're trying to recall something that doesn't belong to you.
Can I use Psychic Bond, then?
Nope.
Okay, that's definitely wrong. That's wrong, 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 wrong. It's the only thought in my head right now.
Yeah. Hi, Sumi. Good night, Sumi. You guys heading for Utsu's workshop?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All three of you head to Utsu's workshop, and you open the... Koga, you're the first one to step in, since Miori is the one that's still providing Sakura with a means to balance. Sakura, are you wanting to go in, or are you going to hang out outside? The pottery workshop's a little small.
I'm also missing a leg. I'm going inside if I can.
Okay.
I mean,
I can't give you that right now, Sumi. I'm sorry. All three of you walk inside the pottery workshop, and what you see is wildly different to anything the three of you have experienced thus far. In the middle of the workshop, hanging in the air, is Utsu, and another piece of Utsu, and another piece of Utsu, and yet more pieces of Utsu. Almost every single individual piece of Utsu is suspended in the air by a black thread, save for his head, which has a black tentacle going into his mouth and disappearing. It's not going down his throat. He doesn't have a throat in the air right now. It's just his head. And every individual piece of his body is simply floating there. Anyone?
Oh boy.
I'll help Sakura. Miori, and you can help Utsu.
Sure. Yeah, I can try. Yeah. Okay. I guess I'll hand Sakura off to Koga, and then I will start trying to Oh God. Where do I start? Can I try to take the parts and put them close back together?
When you reach out to any part other than his head, it kind of moves away from your reach.
Well,
His body is essentially together in the air, in all of the positions that it's meant to be in, just too far apart and floating.
gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'll just walk over and well, I know it's gonna happen, so I'm just gonna touch his cheek.
Okay. You do so, and just like before... Actually, no. Not just like before. Rather than the inky blackness you were expecting, what takes you over instead is an eerie green flame. It only takes your vision. You don't feel anything of the sort. But rather than your vision swimming in inky blackness, it's swimming in an eerie green flame. Utsu, for the first time in this 2-hour-long session, we finally have you speak.
I'm enjoying this. This has been great.
Utsu, you open your eyes and you find yourself among almost incomprehensibly tall skyscrapers and buildings made of steel and clay. And you feel as though today is going to be a good day. You were created just a few days ago. Of course, it was a lot of work overall, but you finally came to some semblance of consciousness just a couple days ago. You were told to go out into the kingdom and to experience things for yourself before you fulfill your duties properly. So here you are. You've been wandering for the last 2 days. You haven't slept because you don't need to sleep. You've watched other people sleep for a couple hours here and there, just kind of stood and observed them. Yet here you find yourself in the midst of the capital city and these gargantuan buildings towering above you. What are you thinking right now? Keeping in mind that you are not technically sentient yet.
I would think, even if this is a rather large city, I've probably seen a good portion of it over the 2 days or however long.
You've barely seen a fraction of it. This city is gargantuan.
Oh, okay.
If I were to describe it in real world terms, this is a city the size of a country.
Fun. Then I would likely just continue along in the whichever direction leads towards I guess the most different seeming place I haven't been to compared to what I have been to.
Okay. Yeah,
there's like districts or whatever.
You start wandering through the streets again. You've been trying to keep to the same direction the whole time. You've been heading east towards the sunrise all this time. And you've seen and experienced so many different things already. And yet you can barely comprehend any of them. You're just following orders. But as you begin to walk through these streets, trying to find something new to experience, you see something out of the corner of your eye that ignites a little flame in your mind. One of independent thought. Because the thing that really strikes you as being odd is when you see that little silhouette of somebody in the corner of your eye, you think, oh, That's odd. And that's it. That is your one thought that you've had in the last couple days. And you continue walking. I presume that Utsu would not stop just to see whatever the hell it is. That's not part of his orders. He would just keep going.
Yeah, more or less. I can't imagine even as a curiosity it's any more attention drawing, I guess, than everything else to see.
You don't even feel curiosity. You don't feel
yeah.
emotions at this point in time. You are simply doing as you were told. And that one stray little thought that popped into your head disappeared as quickly as it first appeared. And you keep walking. Seemingly days go by. You watch the sun go above you and then disappear, and then reappear in front of you, go above you, disappear, reappear in front of you, go above you, disappear again. And you continue walking east, passing untold thousands of people as you go. But every day at the same time, that same thought pops into your head as you see that same silhouette in the corner of a building, seemingly a silhouette that doesn't belong. And it is on this possibly 5th, maybe 6th day of wandering that the thought transforms slightly. It is no longer, that's weird. It is instead, I wonder what that is. What would you like to do?
I think at this point, then, as you know, the ember there is kindling into a slightly larger flame of thought, and having continued to just walk and walk and walk through, you know, the differences of the city, perhaps at that point it might draw enough pause to pause, deviate slightly, turn to look at the very least.
Yeah, for the first time in days, you stop and you turn and you kind of tilt your head. You're not sure why you tilt your head slightly. It just seems like the right thing to do. And there is a strange familiarity with this silhouette. Like, you know who it is. Even though every part of you is telling you that you've never seen this person before in your life, except for over the last couple days when they seem to have been following you. And from the silhouette, you see 2 little horns poking out the top. From what you already know about reality, this must be an Oni of some kind. What would you like to do?
I will probably step forward, you know, properly deviating from the path, not directly approaching. I think there's,
like,
you know,
Mo
still a
jumping off
degree
of his little trail in Wall-E.
It's been too long since I've seen that movie. I don't recall.
Okay, I won't go on a tangent about it, but yeah.
But yes, deviating from just walking more or less in a straight line and finding a nearby place to just stop kind of out in the way, or out of the way rather, and watch for a while, specifically this silhouetted figure.
Okay. as you are watching and you approach slightly, you see black ink begin to drip from this person. And it starts to spread throughout the city. And as you're watching this happen, you hear a command to return. And without even a moment's hesitation, you turn west and you begin sprinting at full bore. You cover the city faster than you can even comprehend at this point. Everything that moves by you moves by in a blur. And you find yourself in your creator's workshop. And they are panicking. That much is obvious. There is a panic spreading through the city for one reason or another. You vaguely heard it behind you as you were running. And as you walk into your creator's workshop, they immediately grab you, set you down on a transfer platform. And you briefly lose consciousness. Or at least it feels briefly. When you wake up, you are in crumbled ruins. There is no living being around you. But inside of your head, you can hear and feel thousands upon thousands of different memories. The reason for which you were built, the vessel that you are, you're fulfilling your purpose now. And in the corner, you see a black silhouette of ink. And there's a part of you that knows that this ink is what destroyed your city, that this ink is what caused so many deaths, is what caused madness and hysteria to spread through the city. It's the reason that you're now here laying amongst ruins and have been for at least a couple thousand years at this point. What would you like to do?
I think seeing that and putting that together, the imperative is to, keep the memories safe and whatnot. And if this is something I perceive as a threat, I would flee, essentially.
You perceive it as both a threat and a familiar presence simultaneously, and that gives you pause. Something can't be both of those things at the same time. That's not right. That's odd.
Sorry, were you going to?
Nope.
Perhaps, starting to flee, a couple steps gone, but, the conflicting emotions, leads me to kind of stop at, the edge of a ruin, spinning to face the figure, hand ready on a weapon.
Mm-hmm.
Inquiring in a voice loud enough to be heard, what are you?
Miori, when you speak, you'll be incomprehensible as ink spills out of your mouth, but you will eventually be able to speak. And you hear Utsu ask you the question of, what are you? And rather than thinking to correct them and say, who are you? there is a part of you that wants to respond. Some deep, deep part of you that wants to respond that you are the end of all things. What do you want to do?
Oh God.
You got this, buddy.
Um, oh boy. And here I was with to make a joke about being a flesh tree again. Oh God.
No, I'm not letting you this time.
Oh, I guess I'll try to say my name. Just say I'm Yori.
Well, go ahead. Dribble some water out of your mouth trying to say Miori.
Oh, I gotta get more water for that.
Go ahead. We'll wait.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Remember, folks, hydrate or dihydrate.
Mm-hmm.
Very important.
Remember, folks, hydrate.
Bring up your hearties, your hole.
How we feeling so far?
It's been quite an experience.
Yeah, I have some explaining to
Great
do after the fact.
times.
Well, I still have my arm. That's a bonus for now.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see when all the clouds clear away, if I still possess the arm.
We're actually in a dream within a dream, and once we wake up from the final layer of dreams,
We're gonna hear a foghorn.
Yeah.
Or a gong.
And then what you're gonna hear is SpongeBob going.
No!
you heard it here first, folks. SpongeBob is canon to the Hatashinai setting.
Yep. You wake up to SpongeBob's foghorn and him going.
Oh dear God! What the?
SpongeBob.
Ah!
Welcome back, Miori.
Hi! What the fuck happened?
Nothing. We're ready for your performance now.
Oh, cool. Okay, hold on.
Yes, yes.
That's what you hear in response, Utsu, at least at first. Miori, as you speak, more ink pours out of your mouth until you actually can speak.
I'm Miori.
Utsu, there's a very unmistakable familiarity to the name Miori.
I think Mitsu just kind of repeats that, just the name Miori, kind of to himself.
Itsuba, is that you?
I am.
There's no reason this being should know your name. Nothing should know your name. You don't even have a name. How could anything know your name? And yet you don't understand why you responded with I am. What would either of you like to do?
Something weird's going on, Itsua. Where are we right now?
Are you asking that of me or Utsu?
It's in.
Utsu, we never came up with a name for it, did we?
I think it specifically has a name.
Yeah, it doesn't really. You can call it whatever the fuck you want to call it.
New York City.
This is Brooklyn. You're in the middle of fucking Times Square, or at least what's left of it.
There's just a giant, half-destroyed, big old screen. No,
Sure. No, really, there's the remainders of what used to be a screen, though to anybody from the outside it just looks like a giant clay slab.
fun. I think I'm still kind of like halfway between the whole, autonomous and independent.
Right now,
Yes,
you're
it
halfway
feels like-
between who you are now and who you were when you woke up. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I think, again, I just kind of more or less parrot the same question, perhaps with a different intent behind it, asking, where are you,
Sorry.
dog?
Sorry.
The borkening. It's okay.
I don't really know. We're kind of stuck in some weird. I don't know. Some place in between. It's strange, but I need you to wake up. All right, we need to get out of here.
Ooh, so that's an incredibly strange thing to hear. You've never slept before. How could you wake up? And yet, there's a part of you that's telling you you do need to wake up. In fact, several parts of you are telling you that you need to wake up.
Difference between before or after and after.
Yori, before or after?
Before or after? Uh, um, After? I don't.
I think Utsua will. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. Go.
I think I will, in the mental state as I am, I will attempt to call upon the play snake.
Okay. As you do that, you're overtaken by inky black. And you can no longer see anything. You can't hear Miori either. You can't see him. You can feel a presence, one that is definitely not meant to be here, and you start to hear a voice that appears to be coming from all around you at the exact same time. You've taken something from me, haven't you? Or rather, you were built to keep them from me, weren't you? I've always hated the people that made you, and by extension, things like you. You all believed so fully that you could escape from your inevitable finish, your inevitable conclusion. I just want you to be aware, little doll, that when your life is snuffed out, all those little souls swimming around in that vessel you call a body will be mine. You're unable to respond because your mouth is filled with ink, but you begin to move toward the presence that you can feel. And you are walking through thick black ink before suddenly your eyes wake up and you see Miori touching your cheek. And you feel yourself in many different places all at once. And there is something in your mouth, but it's not particularly bothering you. What would anyone like to do?
I think just briefly, or sorry, just real quick, just briefly, I think Utsu just kind of, I don't know if his eyes were necessarily closed in the first place, but they definitely shift to look directly at you as I suppose you begin to speak.
God, that's so unsettling. I love it.
You back? You awake?
He still has that tentacle in his mouth. What are you expecting here, Miori?
Oh, right. Okay, this might be weird. Can I just grab the tentacle?
Yeah. You do so, and you begin to pull it out of his head.
It's weird.
It's a lot longer than it should be, given that it goes into nothing. But eventually it does fully come out, and black ink dribbles from his lips as it is fully removed and disappears into the air. Utsu, you're able to speak. You're fine. You do see a couple of your parts floating in the air around you.
I assume once the tentacle comes out, my head is no longer still floating like Miori's.
Yeah, it's being held by
holding it or
Miori now.
whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just drop you immediately. Just like, ah, shit.
Fuck,
like a
hands
ball.
are slippery. Whoops, butterfingers.
I think two things, one of which an action. I will probably as Miori is finishing up getting the tentacle out, I will use my silly little psychic whispers thing. Miori might feel a brief pulse go through him and then through the ground to the other three, and we can now communicate telepathically for the next couple hours.
As this happens, specifically the instant that Miori links, but everybody else experiences this too, all you hear is this. And it does not stop.
Fuck. Ow.
Fun.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't want to warn you about it. I really didn't want to
Harmonized with my
warn you.
hearing damage.
I really didn't want to warn you. I apologize.
And then, could I ask what the last thing? I guess I specifically, but any of us would remember before. I assume we remember the shenanigans that took
Do you
place?
break this psychic link because that scream is still going?
I don't know if I specifically can.
Oh god.
Oh
Let's
no.
see here.
Uh-oh.
You can to send or receive a message. Oh, a creature can end this telepathic link at any time.
Okay.
So theoretically, any of us could break our connection to the links.
Miori,
Yeah.
you know this voice. You are quite familiar with this voice that is screeching.
Yep. That hurts. Okay. Yep.
And do you break the psychic link?
Oh, instantly.
Everyone else who is still psychically connected falls. You're able to communicate just normally. You don't hear that screeching. Everything's fine.
I'm holding my head. Ow.
Yeah, you all. Well, besides Utsu, I guess the other three of you have splitting headaches now.
Fun.
Ow. Okay.
Also, yeah, perfect gift for what I actually did to make that noise. Very, very excellent choice. I also would have accepted this gift.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyway, that one's also a good option. What would any of you like to do now that there's no longer a horrendous screech in your ears? Or I guess in your minds, where you could not escape it.
It harmonized with the other voices in my head.
You can't just say that
That's
on
great,
stream.
buddy.
I mean,
That's
after
great.
so many people die among you, you hear their death screams well.
Oh, that's dark.
What can I say? I feel their death.
Fair enough.
In character, right?
Yeah, Minecraft, right? Right?
Character, right? Yeah.
In Minecraft, right? Anyway, let's get back on track here.
Yeah.
Let's get out of this hellhole of a dreamscape.
Yeah.
Oh, you think it's a dreamscape? Oh, I'm sorry. I did not mean to give that impression. My apologies.
I mean, I set myself on fire,
I
Sure.
want my mom to be dead.
so
I
that
wanna
doesn't
be
happen in
Batman.
dreams.
You are basically you're pretty good at not being on fire though.
By choice.
Sure. All right, fine. You want to play it that way? You take half your HP in damage, and then another half of that in further damage for losing your leg.
Okay.
No.
So half your HP, then half that result, and that's the amount of damage you've taken so far.
Damn.
Okay, now it's
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
great. I'm down to 20.
Great. Anyway, moving on.
What's our next move? I guess wake everybody up if we can.
Yeah, we should. Okay.
Miori, as you're speaking, I shouldn't be doing this from your perspective. Koga, Sakura, Utsu, you watch as Miori begins to speak and then suddenly goes stock straight. He isn't moving. He isn't speaking. Koga, he isn't even feeling anything right now.
Oh, shit.
Then he turns and he walks to the door of the pottery workshop. He just drops Utsu's head right there.
Miori?
And he leaves.
Oh no, Leroy's awake.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Leroy's missed a lot.
She has.
That's what the VOD's for.
It's the best part.
What, you mean the
Missed
forehead kiss? Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the kiss.
Anyway, yeah, Miori just walks kind of robotically out of the pottery workshop.
Sakura, can you pick up Utsu?
I can certainly try.
Can I attempt to contact my snake again?
You get no response.
Okay. But yeah, you guys will have to carry me, I suppose.
Koga will help Sakura over towards where Utsu's head is.
You've got a help soccer and a broken leg. You're doing great.
Broken? Missing.
It's gone.
Snapped leg. It's just off. You can use your leg as a crutch.
Did I bring it?
Did you?
I kind of don't know, because I was kind of being carried, mostly.
Well, then I'm going to say no. Hi, Leroy. We all missed you.
Hey, Leroy.
Literally at the start of the stream, I was like, do I want to go right now? Leroy's not here. But you're going to have to watch the VOD, Leroy. I'm sorry. You missed something incredible. We're not going to spoil it for you. Anyway. Sakura, you are brought over to Utsu and you start to put him together. Given that you're the most familiar with him of everyone here, you get him put together fairly quickly, especially with his direction as you're holding his head.
Left.
No, left. Oh, God. That was
Who's
my
left? Your
left.
left or my left?
Mitsu has to like take an arm off and switch it around the other way. Thank you.
Koga, you follow Miori out, and he is standing in the center of Shinsei Mura, staring up at the sky. And when you get closer to him, you see that despite his eyes being open, all you can see are the whites of his eyes. And
Oh dear.
as you're looking, you start to see black threads dripping with ink coming out of his body, specifically out of his upper back. And they spread to every individual person in Shinsei Mura. And after a moment, Miori begins to rise into the air. And in a very short amount of time, he is completely out of your reach. Miori.
Yep.
You find yourself in that very familiar, inky blackness. My love, did you think that it was only them that were going to suffer? You are able to respond.
I.
No. You are the ones that decided that you were going to connect with my brothers and sisters. You were already connected with me. And that wasn't enough for you, was it?
No, I didn't know.
your leg breaks. Don't lie to me. I know that you don't want me here anymore. So I'm going to show you something, Miori, my love. Something that you were too blind to ever see. And your vision is completely overtaken. Before you could see ever so slightly, you could see yourself. Now you can't see anything at all. And suddenly, you open your eyes. You are being blinded by the morning sun pouring through your window. Your parents did this on purpose, obviously. They put your bed in this orientation on purpose so that you would be woken up every single morning when the sun rose. And your house just happens to be in the perfect place for the sun to blast you directly in the eyes at 7 in the fucking morning. Every morning. You would think you would start sleeping on the other side, and you try to, but you always just seem to roll over. But you're awake now. The sun has woken you up. And you're in your bedroom, as usual. You always wake up here. You're on the top floor of your house. Your unfinished puppet lies in the corner of your room. The wood shavings kind of haphazardly laying around it. You forgot to clean up last night. What would you like to do?
I'm gonna yawn. I'm gonna slowly get up. Yay. I'll kind of just get ready, get dressed, and slowly and groggily kind of make my way downstairs.
Yeah. You slide your right arm into your top and then your left arm. Same as it always was. Same as it's always ever going to be. You are fully dressed. You make your way downstairs. And downstairs, you see your mother cooking some breakfast and your father working on a puppet like he always is. And honestly, it's quite a lovely morning. It seems like miso soup is on for breakfast this morning.
I'm gonna let out a yawn. Morning.
Good morning, Miori. How did you sleep?
I slept okay until the sun rose up, but yeah.
You're always complaining about the sun. Listen, your father is working on a new puppet. He has a show in 3 days. Why don't you go help him? And by the time you're done, we should have breakfast ready.
Alright. Sure thing, Mom. I gotta get do a stretch and walk over to my dad.
Boy, you are going to sleep away your entire life at this point. Here, and he hands you a half-finished puppet and a carving knife. He gets back to carving his own puppet, and he seems stressed about something. Very stressed, uncharacteristically so.
I'll take the puppet and the knife and start kind of carving as well. And after a moment, I'll kind of glance back at him, see that he's uncomfortable, and say, "Something up, Dad?"
Just this next show. I mean, I've done 1,000 shows, you know that. I've carved thousands of puppets for those shows, but this one is different. This one is big. And as he says that, he stops for a moment and he looks up and he looks over at you. If I'm successful in this show, this could be the path to our family's nobility. If I'm unsuccessful, it will go very much the opposite way.
Who are you playing for?
He smiles for a moment. You remember Mari, don't you? She came by not too long ago. She's a bit of a strange woman. I mean, I've never seen a kitsune like her. Did you see her? She only had that one puffy little tail and those gargantuan ears. Unbelievable. Well, when she was by, she offered stage space for me to perform in Nemuru's shell. And, well, yeah, I took it, obviously. I mean, why wouldn't I? She's a powerful person with many connections. If this is successful, this is our doorway to the future, Miori.
Wow,
Miori, as he's talking, you remember this woman, yeah. But there's also another part of you, some foreign memory that feels like it shouldn't be there, about the portent of ruin and what you experienced that night. But you kind of brush it off.
I'm sure you got it, Dad. You're really good. I'm sure you'll amaze everybody there.
He rubs the top of your head, ruffles your hair, like everyone seems to. You've just stopped taking care of it at this point, because the moment you brush it, you know somebody's just going to walk up and rub it. And behind you, you hear your mother putting down bowls. All right, boys, put the carving tools away for at least 5 minutes and enjoy some breakfast, And you both get up, you sit down at the table, and you start to sip down a little bit of this miso soup. Delicious as always. Mom, fantastic chef. Always has been, probably always will be. And you simply sit and enjoy the company of your parents as they talk amongst themselves. And then you hear mention of the portent again. And that same memory comes right to the forefront of your mind once more. Only this time it's quite a bit stronger than it was last time. It doesn't go away this time, even if you try to make it go away. You remember that night that Mikawa burned to the ground, and you suddenly realize that you're sitting in your house in Mikawa, which, from what you recall, was nothing but burnt rubble.
I'm gonna start kind of looking around.
You all right, son? It looks like you're only seeing this house for the first time. You know, you grew up here, yeah?
Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Gotta use the bathroom 1 second. I'm gonna stand up and I'm gonna kind of excuse myself.
As you stand, you see something that you never thought about before. Something that you really should have noticed, or at least remembered, the night that it happened. Your father, on his shoulder, has a tattoo of a flaming tiger fist. And he's always had that tattoo, from what you can remember.
Fuck.
You stand, realizing this, and you rush to the bathroom. Miori, please give me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh God, I'm gonna fail this. Oh yeah, I failed that hard. 7.
Panic bubbles up within you, and more than panic, bile from your stomach bubbles up within you. And you vomit into the toilet. Your father is, and for as long as you can remember, has been a member of the Portent of Ruin. And now that you think about it, you've seen that same tattoo on your mother's back before.
Fuck.
Normally covered by her hair, but there are the odd times where she puts her hair up, like when you went down to the beach and rested on Nemuru's shell and did some fishing as a family. And you saw that flaming tiger fist on the nape of her neck. And back then, you never thought about it. They just had matching tattoos. That's what lovers tend to do. They get matching tattoos, or matching shirts, or matching whatever. Now, though. Now, a lot of things begin to make sense. Now, you remember how you went from your dinky little home in Mikawa with only one bedroom that they gave to you while they slept on the main floor, to suddenly this massive house not too far from the castle, with more rooms than you could even count. And suddenly your father was entertaining the shogun of Mikawa on a regular basis, and your mother was making friends with other members of the royal family. She was hosting members of the royal family on a regular basis. And at the time, you thought it was just exactly what your father had told you, the success that came from a successful show. Only now do you realize that it was connections that he shouldn't have had. Connections that he always had. And now you are in the bathroom of your childhood home, realizing that your parents are members of a cult that wants to see the world destroyed. What would you like to do?
Well, he wants to scream, but he's not gonna scream. Do I remember everything else that's been happening too? Like, has it all kind of come back as I'm standing here? Oh boy.
Yes.
Uh,
And you feel a gentle squeezing on your right thigh.
can DM, what was what's the name of my eldritch wife again? I tried asking Koga earlier, but I couldn't. I lost the notes.
Onmei.
Ome?
Yeah. Onmei.
I'm gonna kind of breathing heavily, kind of just freaking out, just the fuck.
Oh, my love, you always knew. You just chose not to remember, didn't you?
I forgot.
No, you didn't forget. You chose not to remember who they were. You knew it was weird that they suddenly moved you into a giant house and suddenly had connections to the Portent of Ruin and the royal family. You knew it was odd. And yet, you benefited from it, didn't you? So, you just put it aside. You are the reason so many died that night. You could have warned everybody. But you didn't, did you? You chose your comfort and luxury above the lives of thousands of people. And you have the audacity to think that you're any better than us. No, 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 no. You're naive. You're a fool of the highest fucking order. You put on an arm that you didn't even bother to check, despite your background. And then, that wasn't enough for you, was it? You wanted more. So you took that old hag's fucking gift to you. And now, here we are. With you having to deal with all of the consequences of your inaction. How does it feel, Miori, knowing that the blood of thousands stains your hands beyond belief?
Sorry.
Sorry. You think sorry is enough? You think that the thousands of souls suffering at the hands of my sister believe that sorry is enough for them? For all that they've gone through since you caused their deaths? I mean, how fucking full of yourself can you actually be? How much of a narcissistic piece of shit does one have to be to think that sorry is enough? No, 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 no. Make no mistake, my love. You will suffer more than any of them. And you will willingly let me go. You will willingly unseal me from this fucking arm of yours. And then you're going to watch as I tear all of your friends' minds apart, neuron by little neuron. And then I'll do the same to you. And all I'm going to leave behind is the hatred, the pain, and the suffering, as it should be. Koga, you are watching as Miori floats further and further up into the sky. The clouds above him part in a swirling circle, and suddenly blue sky pierces through and lights the area. And this thick black veil of cloud is finally parted. And you watch as every single living being besides you, Sakura, and Utsu in Shinseimura begins to follow him up. What would you like to do?
Holy fuck. There's not much that I can do.
You have a bow.
I do have a bow. I was thinking about it. I'm also see. How far up is he?
About 70 feet at this point.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to use my bow. Sorry, Miori, but I'm gonna shoot you with my bow. See if pain will. Oh, that's a 12 to hit.
I'm going to say you have advantage on this one.
Okay, good.
Sorry, I should have mentioned that.
That's a natural 20.
Where are you aiming?
Fantastic.
What part of Miori's body are you aiming at?
Nothing vital.
Are you going to leave it up to me?
I'm aiming for the arm.
The
prosthetic
arm. Okay. Are you sure about this?
Well, now you're making me second guess myself.
Well, it's too late now.
but yeah, it's too late. I'm aiming for the arm.
Okay. You knock an arrow. And you let it fly. It sails through the air, more power than you've put behind any shot before in your life. And it instantaneously shatters Miori's left arm. Miori, how are you feeling in this claustrophobic bathroom that no longer has a door?
Oh, shit. Well, yeah, his mind is spinning and rushing with hundreds of thoughts. Feels like his stomach's in knots. He's crying at this point.
As this is happening, you begin to hear an endless chant. Murderer. 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 Over and over and over again.
Please stop.
Murderer. Murderer.
Please stop. I'm sorry.
Murderer.
Unmei, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Still, so much hubris. You think that you're sorry is enough for a god? No. No. The only thing that is enough for me is your suffering. And believe me, I am drinking in every last fucking drop. Miori, your left arm is suddenly severed. You watch it fall to the ground and disappear into a puddle of black ink, and yet you still experience untold levels of pain, so much so that you pass out. Koga, as the arm is shattered, everything stops. The clouds above stop moving. Miori stops rising into the sky. The people following behind him all stop. Everything is dead still. And then Miori falls. What would you like to do?
Well, I would like to, as soon as he gets within 15 feet of me, I'm going to use Torrent with Shisui.
Okay.
Which is just basically a 15-foot long line of high-pressure water that can knock someone back 5 feet.
Yeah.
To kind of slow his fall, and then I'll try to catch him.
You do so. And I'm going to need you to make an athletics check.
Yes, ma'am. 17.
You rush forward faster than you've moved before, and you catch him as he's falling down. And just before he hits the ground, you are there. And you find yourself covered in his blood. Almost immediately, as the wound on his arm, where it has been severed, way too cleanly for it to have been done by your arrow, bleeds profusely. Miori, you open your eyes, and Koga is holding you. And you feel untold amounts of pain. However, above you, you see the shards of your arm. And you watch as a black smoke pours forth from it. And all of you begin to hear laughter. Little butterfly, you have made a mistake the lengths of which you will never comprehend again. Koga, you look up and you see it's difficult to describe. There is no equivalent in our world, in our lexicon, that can be used to describe the entity that you are seeing. You know that sensation you get from early AI images where everything is almost recognizable but nothing is?
Mhm.
That's what you see. Swirling above you, torrents of black rain falling from it. And Miori, bleeding profusely in your arms. What would you like to do?
I'm going to ignore on me,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm going to attempt to put a tourniquet on Miori's arm.
Okay, give me a medicine check with advantage, please. Perfect. You are able to do so rapidly and stop the bleeding before he's lost too much. He's still lost quite a bit, though. Miori, you feel faint, you feel cold, and you're shivering uncontrollably. But you look up and you see a woman draped in a black cloak of, well, inky black rain. And she looks directly down at you. She straightens up. She takes a breath as though it's the first time she's had fresh air in centuries, perhaps millennia. It's good to see you in person, my love. I have so many plans for you and your little friends. Are you ready for them?
I'm just going to very slowly and raise a hand up towards her. I'm very, very clearly out of it, barely conscious, just kind of like I'm trying to reach for her. Mate, sorry.
You, in this state of half consciousness, still feel that you are inextricably connected with her, and you're not sure why. She looks down at you, and you can see a face of disgust. But then you realize she's not actually looking at you. And everyone present feels a heat. Koga, you look to your left, and Miri is standing there, staring up at Onmei. Kid, I think you fucked up, like, really badly this time, actually. You okay? You know what? We'll get into this later. What would you like to do?
I look to Mary and I give her a curt nod. And I will stand over Miori, shielding him from Onmei.
Okay. Onmei looks at Miri. The object of my fucking hatred appears. And to save these little fucking rats. Koga, do you know everything about Miri? Has she told you everything that she's done?
I am aware of what transpired.
Oh, no. You think you're aware of everything that's happened, but you're not. And when you look over at Miri, she's simply standing there silently. She still has her hands in her pockets. No. You know why we exist, why I exist, why my brothers and sisters all exist? It's because she couldn't be bothered to run her own creation, so she made all of us. And me? Ugh. I'm all of her pain and suffering made manifest, called the calamity of madness. Now, what kind of a mother names her own child the calamity of madness? What kind of a person does that, Koga, little butterfly? You know, your sister, she's taken after me quite well for not being related to me. And look at you all. You have that stupid little fucking vessel from that dead kingdom, keeping so many away from me. And the life of the world itself. Although a little less of that. Where's your leg, little tree? It seems you lost something. Would anybody like to do anything?
This is not your realm. This is a place of hope.
Not my
You don't
realm.
belong
Oh, Koga, that changed the moment you shattered my vessel. And as she says vessel, she looks directly at Utsu. All right, kid. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. All those people that you see up there, they're dead. There's nothing I can do about it, okay? You need to get the fuck out of here. What you need to fucking do is you need to get anyone. Go to Nemuru. Wake her the fuck up. I'm sure you can now. You don't have to worry about whatever the fuck's coming from her face anymore. And this is my problem to deal with, okay?
Okay, good luck.
Yeah. I'm gonna fucking need it. So what do you do?
All right, everyone, you heard Mary. Collect what you can. Collect who's alive. Let's get moving.
I will pick Miori up and go to my forwards, collect what I can.
Okay. As you're doing this, you feel an intense heat spread through the entire area. And when you come back out of the forge, all of those clouds are gone. And as is Miri and Onmi. But up in the sky, you can see a tiny prick of light shining through an inky black sheet stretching across huge portions of the sky, blanketing part of the land in pitch black darkness. And around you, there are people starting to wake up. It seems like Miri took the fight as far away as she could. And regular civilians are starting to wake up. What would you like to do? What would anyone like to do? Miori, you are still conscious. Despite the fact that every part of your body wants to pass the fuck out right now.
Cure wounds on Miori? Healing as much as possible?
Sure. Miori, I'm going to say that you were at 1 HP just now, so take that into account.
Yep. All right.
Okay, that's 14, second level.
Perfect. So you have 15 HP now.
Okay. Thank you. Where's the others? Let's get the others.
Yeah, you all dash through various parts of Shinseimura. You pick up you pick up Komuro, you pick up Chiaki. Where are you guys gonna go? What's your plan?
First, can we get Momo, please?
Oh yes, Momo actually makes his way to you and jumps into your canopy, Sakura. He is at 1 HP.
Yeah, heal him as soon as possible.
You are unable to.
Yeah, as soon as possible, not now.
No, I mean you're unable to heal him.
Oh, crap.
Yeah. We'll get into why later.
Oh, dear.
Koga, what about... oh god, I'm blanking on the name.
Ayane?
Yeah, Ayane. What about her?
She was still sleeping in the forge when you saw her, Koga, and you picked her up. You feel her shifting on your shoulder. Koga? What's happening?
We're going to Nemru. We need to get the hell out of here. I don't
Wait,
know.
no. We can't go back there. You know we can't go back there.
Yes, we can. Trust me.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys are in the pilot seat now. You take it from here.
Oh, shit.
This is the most intense that you've ever seen Koga. He's taking charge, doing what he can to organize people, and get the entire air quote caravan moving towards Nemeru's Rest.
Koga. Actually, Tex,
Yes.
I need something from you. Give me a moment. You can keep role-playing, but just keep in mind I'm going to be asking you for something in a moment.
I eagerly await.
Can I assume I've got my leg as a crutch now?
Sure.
Good, now I don't have to
Do you,
assume everyone else is a crutch.
I guess, first of all, do you have some approximation of feet? And if so, are you using it foot side up or foot side down as a crutch?
Why do you have to ask that?
That's actually a very good question. I'm curious now.
Let's just assume Groot legs. So, I take that as you will.
Sure. It's a perfectly mundane walking stick. Oh.
As you're all figuring this out, good gift, Tex.
Thank you.
As you all are kind of panicking through this, you all see somebody rather tall, almost as tall, well, not quite almost as tall as Sakura, but getting close. Definitely a lot taller than the rest of you fucking short stacks. He is a horned person with red, burnt skin.
Fuck.
And on his back is a gargantuan sword. Tex, would you please be Valentine for me?
I would love to. something scare you off, my dear friends? Hmm? You all look so meager.
There is an aura of... Would it be safe to call it hatred, Tex?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. There is an aura of hatred pouring from this man. And his gaze flicks between all of you and the battle going on in the sky.
I guess I'll kind of being a little defensive right now just because of everything that's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you?
Oh, you know who I am. Or has she not told you of me? What she's done to me. You reek of her.
Koga is currently silent. He appears to know something, but he's unable to speak. Just to put that out there.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Just... We don't want to fight, okay? Just please, let us get by. We just need to leave.
And why would I let you leave? Hmm? I could kill you now, bring you to your salvation. You're all so close to death.
And here I thought you wanted her suffering.
I want her to suffer. You are all inconsequential collateral.
And yet we're part of her, aren't we?
Is that what she told you?
In a manner of speaking.
He reaches back, draws out the greatsword, and just kind of stabs it into the ground, resting his hands on it.
You all notice at this point that behind him is the only way away from Shinseimura. The other way is jumping off of a cliff.
Yes, shit.
The scars on his face kind of flare up, and he winces. She destroyed everything. She killed Vivian. She killed Carrie, and she killed me. She destroyed everything. Why should I let you pass if you are a part of her?
And now you're no longer talking salvation, are you?
Death is the only salvation. I offer it now to you. You can bend the knee, and I will make sure that your death is swift and painless. Or you can fight.
It looks like the three of you could probably take him. Possibly.
How tall is the cliff?
Quite tall. If you jumped, you would absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, die. None of you have your autonomy devices on.
Would he survive?
I can't tell you that.
Idle thought then.
No. There's plans for you. He starts kind of shaking his head, his eyes going wild. I would love nothing more than to kill you here now, but no. I'm gonna wait. I want you at your strongest so I can tear you limb from limb. I want her champions to be strong, but she knows she's powerless. She was the strongest of us, and yet she is powerless now.
As you say that, you hear a deafening crack of thunder in the sky as that sheet of black is shattered by something.
She's coming.
And indeed, after a moment of silence, after that bit of thunder, you all begin to feel a familiar heat. Valentine, that heat is something you've felt for a long time now. And suddenly, standing in front of the three of you, sorry, the four of you, Koga included, Miri appears. She is covered in black ink, and the flame on her shoulders is blazing hot. You know, there's some part of me that told me you were still around, Val. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Kampfaza?
You still swearing like that, huh? You know, just trying to kill my own daughter. Usual stuff. What are you doing here, Val?
Oh, just acclimating myself towards your compatriots. You always find the best company to keep.
Yeah, I sure do. Or at least I used to think I did. We both know how an encounter between us ends, Val. Now, I'm gonna give you an opportunity here. I don't know how you survived. I don't care. The next time that I have to kill you, I will make sure that you're dead. You're not the leader of the Portent of Ruin. No. I know that much. What I also know is that Mari is the leader of the Portent. And you remember her, of course. You remember her. I'm sure. Hmm?
It's the only reason why I'm not killing, or I haven't killed your friends.
Oh, because she told
has
you not to.
plans.
Yeah, of course she has some
Unfortunately.
fucking plans. That girl spent her entire goddamn life planning. Planning for a life that she never got to live. And now I find out that somehow, some way, she's here. You're here. Are you gonna tell me next that Viv and Carrie are here?
I haven't seen them.
Yeah, neither have I, and I've been here for a good long fucking while. She walks up to you, Val. Again, that flame on her shoulders is blazingly hot. And though you've been feeling it for a long time, this is an intensity that you haven't felt since you were engulfed by that ball of fire. And she looks up at you. You remember who gave you everything that you have, huh? Don't you, Val?
He will grin.
Yeah.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Yes,
In
so
that
do I.
small little forge, you taught me the runes.
No. You remember it incorrectly. See, we were in. You remember that tower we went to? That was like the first thing we did together. You know, we got hired by fuck, what was his name? Boone, I think. Yeah, Boone. We got hired by that guy. So a dumb fuck got himself captured by, what was it? A necromancer? Was it ever clear what he actually was?
Yes, he was a necromancer.
Are you sure?
Pretty confident.
Yeah. And then, from what I remember, I showed you my runes, and I engraved them into that sword you're carrying on your back there. Huh? And from there, you went a little crazy with it. You just went further and further. Of course, I didn't need to fucking do that anymore, because for some reason, the elementals chose that I was going to be their champion. Probably the worst fucking thing they could have ever decided. But we're not going to get into that. What we are going to get into is the fact that, well, like everything that you see around you, I created you, Val. And I will sure as shit take you out the moment you step out of line. The only reason that you are not currently a fucking puddle of blood on the fucking ground is because I still respect you and regret the fact that I fucking killed you. Do you understand me? Right now?
As confident as ever, Mary.
Oh, it ain't
I missed
confidence
you.
at this point. This is 20,000 goddamn years of existence. Valentine.
And what do you think I've been doing in that time, Mary?
You haven't been around here for 20,000 years. How long have you been here? Huh?
I've been here for 50 years.
50.
What do you think I've been doing in between the span of time that you
Shut the fuck
murdered
up.
me?
Val, you don't know anything about suffering. Miori, you probably suffered more than this fucking jackass in the last 5 minutes than he has in the entire 50 years he's been here, huh? Also, sorry. I apologize that my daughter did all that shit to you. Now, Valentine. Good old Val. I don't know what Marty's doing to keep me from finding you guys, but that ain't gonna stop them. And you aren't gonna stop them either. You understand this, right? You understand the power that each one of them carries? More than you and I can even fucking imagine. And I created this goddamn universe. There ain't no standing in the way of them. You know this. You know that the moment they think they're strong enough, they're gonna come and cut you down. And you're just waiting for it, aren't you? You're excited
Death
for it.
comes for all.
No, not all, unfortunately. Trust me, I waited. I've tried. Here, go ahead. Cut me, Val. And she tilts her neck to the side. Go ahead. Take that fucking sword of yours and cut me. Kill me. Take my fucking head off right here, right now. Go on.
He just shakes his head.
No. You do it. You motherfucker, you do it.
In due time.
She
I'll see you around.
disappears. She is suddenly behind you and she grabs your sword. What would you like to do? Miori, you also have an option to do something here. Sakura, Utsu, same deal. You all have an opportunity to do something right now.
Oh man. Shit.
Koga also has an opportunity to do something.
Vicious mockery?
Wow. Okay. What? God. That's a to hit spell, right? That's not. Is that a saving throw? What the fuck is that?
Saving throw.
Okay, what's the saving throw?
Over here jumping between character sheets. Golly.
Sakura, what is the saving throw for vicious mockery?
Let me just pull it up.
Actually,
you?
no. There isn't a saving throw. You need to be the one to insult. And if I am convinced well enough that it is a good enough insult, you will succeed automatically.
All right then. 50 years. One death. And you can't even be bothered to take the chance to end it all and actually be done with your own suffering. You claim that all of this is pain, that you want us dead, and then you also just walk away? Pathetic. How many years have I been around? Only 30, and I've experienced death more times than I can particularly count. Everything that dies around me, I feel it all. You talk about death like it's suffering, you know nothing. Wretch.
I'll say that succeeded.
Yeah.
How much damage would that be? It's gonna be max damage, whatever that happens to be for your level of vicious mockery. I know it's really not much, so I'm just gonna give it to you. What is that, like 8 damage?
I'm not really sure.
What level spell slot are you using for this? Or is that a cantrip? I don't fucking remember.
I think it's a cantrip, yeah.
Okay. I'm just gonna say it deals 8 damage. Valentine, you take 8 psychic damage.
Oh, I could be so mean right now.
Be mean.
Actually, no, because she doesn't take fire damage. Fuck.
She does take fire damage, actually.
Only half. Fuck it, sure. Hellish Rebuke.
You know what? It's a rebuke. Rebuke it. No. This isn't a roll. This is a similar deal for vicious mockery. You need to rebuke this well enough for me to decide. You go ahead.
Only 30 years. You say that you feel the pain of those who die. Good. I feel the pain of the one that killed everything in the air sea. I feel their pain. Millions of lives that your benefactor killed. You know nothing of pain. You know nothing of death. Silence and let the adults speak.
I'm gonna say that was good enough for half damage on your rebuke.
So, give me a second. You're making me do math, you ass.
Sure am. You're better at it than I am, so I'm not gonna do it.
It's a little 7 damage.
There you go. Miri successfully grabs your sword while you're distracted. Good job, Sakura. And she holds it like it's a paperweight. Like it doesn't even exist in her hands. And even to you, Val, there is still a little bit of weight to that sword. Look, if you don't have the fucking balls to do it, if you are going to bend the knee to my fucking sister, somebody who, by the way, was bedridden for her entire goddamn life and is now apparently powerful enough to make you Bend the fucking knee? What, are we back in the gladiator arena again, huh? Come on. Come on, Val. Take this fucking sword and decapitate me.
At that, he will.
Okay,
He will
roll to
take
hit. Actually, no, you don't need to roll to hit. She just takes it. What is your maximum possible damage?
Maximum possible is more math. 19 slashing.
Let's say every single one of your attacks combined together, and every spell that you have combined together into one attack. How much would that do?
If I use action surge, that's 6 slashes. That's just the slashes alone. That's 114 damage.
Mm-hmm. And the spells?
And the spells. Let's see. Sorry.
No, don't apologize. This is a moment that I'm trying to create. I'm just making you do the math for it.
A swift 126 damage.
Okay, so total combined?
Yep, total combined.
Didn't you say that's all your spell damage, right?
Yeah, he
Okay.
does not have many spells.
Combine that with your slashing damage now.
Slashing 156.
Okay. I mean, like, all of the damage that you can do in total. So you take your 126 of spell damage and whatever the fuck you said for your 6 slashes of damage.
Oh no, the 6 slashes was the 126, and then the rest is the spell. It's in total 156.
Okay. You put absolutely everything into this swing. Sakura, Utsu, Miori, you all need to make a strength saving throw for me, please.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
18.
18, good.
7.
Perfect,
Well,
exactly what I expected. What did you say, Utsu?
12.
12? What would Koga's saving throw be as well?
And what's the save?
Strength.
Strength. Oh god, that's gonna be
I'm making
bad.
you do a lie here, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have my phone and my computer on.
Multitasking.
Ah, my brain! Flat roll. 18.
18. Sakura and Koga are the only ones that aren't blown back by the shockwave that comes out of the clash between Val and Miri. Valentine, your sword touched Miri's skin and shattered. There. You see? I've done everything I possibly fucking could have, and honestly, I felt like you were gonna be the only one that could actually do anything about this. And yet, your sword is in a million fucking pieces. Because you have spent your last 50 years bitching and complaining about the fact that I killed everything you ever knew and loved, rather than getting strong enough to kill me. Whereas I have accidentally spent the last 20,000 fucking years getting stronger just by fucking existing. And you think you have the fucking power, you have the audacity to stand in front of me? No, Val. You still ain't got fucking shit on me. You never fucking did. All those successes that you had, you were just piggybacking off of me. Now, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna let you go, Val. Against my better fucking judgment. Because I want you to go back to my fucking sister. And whatever fucked up shit she has planned for you, you're gonna deserve it. For your failure to get strong enough to fucking end my miserable existence. Do you understand me, Val?
Loud and clear.
Good. Good. She bends down, she picks up the handle of your sword. There is literally no blade left, even the guard is shattered. And she gives it to you. You could take this, you do whatever the fuck you want with it. Turn it into a fucking dildo for all I fucking care. You take this, you bring it back to her, and you take whatever the fuck she's gonna give out. Because I know that if my fucking sister lost her mind enough to create a fucking cult behind me, anything I could fucking do to you is gonna pale in fucking comparison. And if my theory is correct and she's as strong as I currently am, Val, I fear for your fucking safety. Here you go. And she holds out the hilt of your sword.
Val will take it, and he nods, looks to the group, looks back to Mary. Good seeing you again, Mary.
It was a fucking pleasure, Val. I missed you.
It's a shame things ended the way that they did.
Yeah. Yeah, I never got to apologize to Viv or Carrion, but at least I can say sorry to you for all that fucking dirt that's worth. I know you get the pain. That's why you didn't try and fucking run. Maybe that's why you're still alive. But that's all I can fucking give you. I ain't got nothing else left. I can't even give you my fucking life. Go on. She puts her hands back in her pockets.
The rest of you, it was a pleasure. Stay out of trouble. I don't want to see you again until you're strong enough to at least kill me. Yeah. And get yourselves patched up. And he'll nod to Mary before leaving.
She nods back. Yeah, have a good one, bud. Good to see you. And you all watch as Val walks away and Miri stays staring up in the sky. It's only now that you all notice that there is still a mass of black floating up there. Well, kids, you really fucked the pooch with this one, huh? Oh, I guess you wouldn't know what that saying means. You fucked up. You fucked up bad. Koga, why would you destroy the vessel that I created so that she wouldn't, be out here? Why would you do that?
I was panicking. I don't know.
Yeah, alright, fair enough. I guess if your boyfriend was hovering into the sky, there's not much else you can do.
Whoa.
Shut up, I don't fucking care. Now, kids. What you see up there? Oh boy, that's a lot worse than the first time I sealed her away. Like, a lot worse. Like, so much worse, actually. Like, to the point where she may very well be the strongest Calamity. I don't know. Still not much of a match for me, but, anything can happen at this point in time. So here's what's gonna have to happen. I have to take her somewhere. She's having a little nap up there right now. Hopefully it's a good one. Probably not, though. She's got a lot of fucked up shit rattling around in that fucking head of hers. You guys can stay here. It's gonna be safe enough, I assume. Well, Maybe not anymore now that Val knows where it is. Listen, I don't know what the fuck's going on with the Portent of Ruin, but you guys need to get your shit into gear here. Okay? If they're gonna come for you eventually, you need to go for them first. You understand?
Do we still need to head to Nemuru?
No. Keep that as a absolute last resort.
Okay.
Koga, I will tell you this. You are the only one, besides me, who will not die if you touch that fucking smoke. Do you understand? The only one. And I cannot promise that whatever the fuck is going on between you and your boyfriend will not cause him to die should you touch that smoke. I have no fucking clue. We're in uncharted fucking territory here. And quite frankly, I wish I was back in my cave having a nap. But here we are. You might want to build some fucking defenses. And she flies off into the sky. And you watch as this dot of fire shoots up to that inky black, well, ink spreading through the sky still as slowly as possible. And both things disappear suddenly. And about 5 seconds later, you hear a crack of sound as the sound barrier was broken. We're gonna call that the end of the session.
I just saw your message.
Allow me to explain. In the previous session, I felt that I did not do the best that I could have. I felt like I rushed a lot of things and played some cards that I had waiting in the wings and played them way too quickly. So, I've done a retcon. That was this entire session. I hope you enjoyed it, because I did my best to make it actually a good one.
That was great.
I know that's kind of a no-no of writing. I get that. But I felt like I had to do it because I wasn't giving my absolute. So I hope you guys enjoyed this session a lot more than the last one.
Hey, I like it.
Yeah, it was fun. Just for clarity's sake, is it like the entirety of last session?
No.
That's been retconned,
It's only up
or-
to the point where you arrived at Shinsei Muda. Anything after that is retcon.
Okay.
Anything before that still happened. Miori,
So
you
we
have some
basically
homework.
Got there and then got caught up in
Yep.
the black fog or whatever,
Yeah, basically.
rather than the fire. Okay. Or I guess the fire theoretically still happened.
Leroy, you also have
Shenanigans.
some homework. You can watch the VOD on Twitch. It'll be on YouTube, I don't know, probably tomorrow. But yeah, the VOD on Twitch should be available immediately. You missed what, like 2 hours? Not too bad.
Yeah, give her two.
And Leroy, I will just say there's something that's going to give you the happiest happiness ever experienced in the part that you missed. I know you were asleep. It's okay. We're not blaming you. Also, hydration, everyone. Also,
Hydrate.
we haven't had any redeems.
Are you sure about that?
Ah, you motherfucker! Ah!
And as established in the last session, because Miori missed it, he is the only one that will be doing redeems today.
Why did you do two? Who are you? Why?
Stitching time is Sakura, by the way.
If you don't start soon, you're gonna get outpaced, Miori. You'll be here all afternoon.
Alright, you now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to do.
Is that?
You know what?
Sorry.
I think make it even over.
Sorry, more
my
than
goodness.
that. 1, 2,
Yeah,
3,
even
4,
number.
5, 6, 7,
There we go.
8
Oh,
to do.
That one's in it.
And an uwu from Leroy.
Alright,
Oh, shit.
Miori, get to it. I will count them out. You have 8 Ada-Adas and an Uwu.
We believe in you. You've got this.
You can do it.
Leroy.
Go on, Miori.
Okay.
Now's your time to experiment too.
Oh.
You go for it. You say it in as many different ways as you like.
You got it. Arara.
Okay, that's one.
Oh god, I'm trying to think of another voice. Fuck.
God, if this is what it's gonna be with every single
Dude,
one, we're gonna be here
I'm-
for the rest of the time.
I am sorry.
Come on, get to it.
I'm nervous.
You're always nervous. It's fine. Well, it's not that simple when Miori's doing them. He overcomplicates them a bit.
I overcomplicate everything in my life.
That's two.
It's just how it is.
That's two. You got 6 more to do.
Allah.
3.
Allah.
4. That was a very Komodo one.
Yeah, I was about to say, you just got possessed by Komodo.
Now be possessed by Koga.
I was gonna just sound like Miori at that point. Like,
No. Whenever Koga does it, it's very deep and not Komodo. There you go.
Oh shit. A freebie? Let's go.
Yep.
Yeah. Now do that. You got this. Come on.
I can't go deep. I can't go.
Well, you don't have to go
as
that
as
deep. Do your best.
It's just Koga knows how to go so deep. I can't.
Why are you overthinking this?
Clip it. Shit, clip it.
I didn't even get that until Koga went, clip it!
Koga's the top, confirmed.
Yep. Anyway, you're still at 4.
Yeah, I'm still. Yeah.
5. All right, now do a really, like, Koga's just gone really deep. Kind of ada.
As deep as. Oh god.
Yeah. Koga's gone as deep as he can.
Oh, you killed him.
No, the phrasing was purposeful. If you guys could read my mind right now, I'm sure we would all be blushing right now.
Oh god. I'm already
My face-
blushing.
My face
know,
is
it's
so
cute.
red. Oh god.
Yeah, how would I do an ada like Miori just experienced Koga going too deep?
No.
There you go. Come on. Everybody wants to see it, right, chat? See? I didn't even need to ask, and Leroy already said yes.
I hate it here.
Leroy's
I
begging
love
you.
it here.
Leroy is begging you. Are you gonna let Leroy down like this?
Oh. Ada.
All right,
6.
6.
Ada.
7. Let's hear number 8. Make it a good one.
Oh boy. Ada.
Another Komuro one. That's not a good one. 8. All right, now
what the fuck?
now you gotta do an ubu.
I tried to do the last one good. I guess I,
No, it wasn't good.
Oh.
It was bad.
Oh.
Uwu now. Uwu time.
There you go. There, I ended it strong. There you go.
What do you mean you ended?
I I mean, he went deep and I ended. Okay, it's fine.
No. What do you mean you ended strong?
How dare you?
Remember to move your hands like a cat. It helps you do the nya better.
Yeah.
You can do better than that. Come on.
What the fuck?
Put
thought
some
that was a good
fucking
one.
effort behind it.
I thought that was a good one.
No, it wasn't.
You can do better.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, gang. So, next week, I and Komuro will be the ones facing this punishment. So be prepared for a lot of Komuro's autos. You're welcome, Leroy.
Prepared. Sorry.
Man.
You know I got you. I mean, fuck, what do you say after a session like that?
This is why I can't show my friends the stream. I can't be like, oh, yeah, this is me playing D&D.
No, show your friends.
It's the D&D experience.
Show your friends.
Yeah, what are you afraid
They'll,
of?
Miori,
they'll never look at me the same.
We need more people to watch the stream.
I know. I want to.
Come on.
What, are you afraid that your friends will see that you're the bottom that you are? Come on, you're fine.
Hey,
no
hey,
shame.
hey, hey, hey,
There's
hey,
no
hey.
shame.
You can still be a switch too. That's fine. You can take top bunk sometimes. Only sometimes though. You know, when Koga's in the midst of one of his panic attacks.
That's a little far. Oh my god.
Oh, my face is so fucking red today. Goodness.
Mine's not. I've got to start
I figured
animating this
yours
stuff.
would.
Leroy, even if you're just doing animatics, I will put them on the Hiteshi Night Scrolls channel for you. 1000%.
Better see some fan art, Leroy. I want to see it.
Yeah, I still haven't seen
It's
fan art
required.
except for the fan art of Miura and Koga kissing.
We require it.
We do require it. We need it.
Really adds to the overall viewing experience.
No, there is no pressure because we will love literally anything you make. Do you know, chat, gang, what was our reaction to Leroy's fan art of Koga and Miori kissing?
Leroy already
It was
knows my
awesome.
response to it.
It was awesome.
It was
adorable.
amazing. We loved it. Full stop. There's nothing that you could make, Leroy, that we wouldn't love. Also, I've played this one song for the entire stream, and honestly, I'm into it. It was the only song I could find that would fit the vibe that I was going for.
Felt so good to be Valentine again.
Yeah. I wasn't sure that I was gonna bring him on so early, but here we are.
Poor fucked up bastard.
Yeah. For those who don't know, Valentine was Koga's character alongside Miri in Arivia, the Air Sea.
He was my boy,
Yeah.
and then he died.
hmm
Oh,
He's
Kind
been
of.
realm hopping ever since.
And now he's back.
And now he's back. He's been isekai'd.
That explains everything.
Yeah.
He's been isekai for 20,000 years.
No, 50.
Was it 50?
Yeah. Val's only been on Hiteshi Nai for 50 years.
Well, I was meaning that he's been realm hopping.
No,
ever since.
No, that's not how that works.
It's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
You seem to have some misconceptions about what was going on. I will have to make those a little more clear.
Thank you, Leroy. Valentine's hot.
Yeah, he is. And I say that as a lesbian. He's a very warm boy.
Admittedly, can see the attraction, yes.
Oh, I wasn't talking about
Also
attraction.
lesbian.
I am.
I'd fuck him.
Well, of course you would. You're a little bottom bitch.
You walked into that one, buddy.
Have you seen Valentine? He's 6'1" of pure
6'7".
man. Sorry, 6'7".
6'7".
My apologies. He's 6'7" of pure man.
Still short.
Leroy.
I swear.
God.
Maybe this is my problem, and I probably shouldn't say this on Twitch, given how explicit it is. But I can imagine Val going to town on one of the femboys and his fingers doing the other.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
And just like that, Miori is red again.
I'm a little red now too.
Jeez.
Is that all it takes to get you to blush?
Yeah. It's easy for me as long as you're a girl.
Oh, Lord. May the gods give me strength.
Yeah, the boys are struggling here though.
Yes, they are.
Also, the gods won't give you strength. I think we've established this.
Yeah, the gods are not merciful.
No. No.
The gods will give you trauma.
Mm-hmm. The gods will
gods
give
will
you
watch.
nothing but trauma.
And
The
also
gods will masturbate as you suffer.
They'll give you trinkets while they do.
Christ.
Okay.
Nemuru is chill.
Yeah, Nemu's
That
pretty
someone
chill.
can
She's
enjoy
sleeping.
it.
One is not chill.
No, she's so
the
far from
opposite.
chill. She will get off on any suffering. What do you think
Hey,
that black
Miori?
ink is?
Miori.
Okay.
Hey,
I wa-
hey.
You know,
Miori?
I wasn't gonna say anything before, but yeah.
That explains too much.
Mm-hmm. A lot of things, actually. Koga, you
Yeah,
wanted to say
yeah.
something?
Yeah, Miori, my dear friend, I'm sorry for this.
Do a good
We're
one.
not done.
Do a good one.
There's another one.
Also, yeah, BDSM is hot as fuck. Fight me.
Can confirm.
Da-da-da.
Eh,
Mid.
That's all?
yeah. That was kind of disappointing, honestly.
Da-da-da.
See, I want an ada from
better.
you that makes it sound like you are currently being plowed.
I would. I don't think that's Twitch friendly.
Sure it is. They won't know why you're doing that.
It's just a single word repeated.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's all it is.
Yeah.
There's no other context behind it.
There's no implications.
I'm just giving you direction here, okay? It's okay. You don't actually have to do it.
No, 'cause I know how I would do it too, and I'm like, no, I really shouldn't. I really
share
can't.
with the class. Share with the
I
class.
know I can't bring myself to do that. No, I can't. It's too much. Stop it!
You didn't think it was over, did you?
After telling me something like that?
Yeah, you gotta share
No,
with the class.
I'm not saying I'm not doing that. No, I draw the line on that one. That one, I draw the line. It's serious. I can't. I'm gonna fucking explode.
What if?
The wording is horrible.
Shut up!
What if I just went up like this and went, ada?
I think you killed him.
I hate it, dear.
Would that
It's
help?
just this-
God fucking damn it.
Peer pressure. Peer pressure.
Oh god.
You can do it.
Dude, this feels like standing in the front of the class giving a presentation. This sucks. I'm like actually like anxious. Like I'm like a little shaky. It's God.
Oh my god. Okay, if that's the level it's going to, you really don't have to. I promise.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Don't apologize.
I
Don't
get so
apologize.
nervous.
We're pushing you way too far. It's not your fault. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. I just God.
Gang, chat. That's 4 hours. That's D&D time for Sunday.
That was
I
good.
hope you guys enjoyed. The Miori torture at the end was a highlight. Oh, Leroy has a question for Koga and Miori. This definitely won't be sexual in
no.
nature.
Oh no, what's the question, Leroy? The anticipation is killing.
Each second that goes by that the question doesn't pop up, I get more worried.
If I was on the edge of my seat right now, I'd be on the edge of my seat.
Oh, God.
Oh, that's a good question.
Whoa!
That is a good question.
That's a great question, actually. I sense some fan art coming. Miori, what would you like to be tied up with? Consensually.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Always consensual.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. The screaming for help is part of the roleplay.
Oh, dear God. Dear
is.
God!
What? It just gets your partner off.
Can
No,
confirm.
it doesn't. Not
Oh.
for Koga.
Koga, what would you like to be tied up with?
Probably silks.
Oh.
Yeah.
What do you do for the roleplay? Well, it's always consensual, but what do you do for the roleplay? Are you a damsel in distress? Sorry, a gentleman in distress? Or are you the stoic type?
The damsel in distress.
Yeah, I thought so.
the quiet admission to just like the damsel in distress.
Miori,
Yeah.
let's be honest. Right now, you're gonna be the one that's begging. Let's just be honest with ourselves. You'd be the one begging. Yeah, that sniff tells all.
No comment. No comment.
That's sniff tells all. Also, no comment is one of those words that where you just is left up to interpretation, and usually the interpretation is far worse.
Yeah, fair.
Anyway, what would you like to be tied up with, Miori?
Oh God.
Do you like that rough hemp rope that really leaves your skin feeling raw afterwards?
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I thought so. You little slut.
No, because I was thinking, because I remembered something. It's like, what is it, like coconut rope or something like that? It's like really scratchy.
Yeah. Hemp
Yeah.
rope is also incredibly scratchy, just lots of fibers. Leroy did have a worse question at first. You know what, Leroy? You can ask that in the Discord instead of on Twitch.
Yeah.
There are more lax terms of service on Discord. Well, this has been enlightening.
Okay, what have we gotten ourselves into? What have we done?
I don't know, man, but I'm here for it.
All right, gang. That is going to be it for us today. Anything anyone else would like to say?
Au revoir. I bid you adieu.
All right. Au revoir. Bid you adieu. See you next Sunday. Say bye, gang.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Farewell.
Bye.
Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen.